Cloud. Great. So we are recording. Good morning, everybody that is with me, and for anybody who is not but is watching on offline and in your own time. I hope you are well. And I now can't see anybody, but I don't know what's happening there. But I'm going to get keep going if that's okay. If anybody wants to jump in, please just jump in and let's get ourselves going. It was a beautiful morning. The cloud is coming over a little bit now, but look, it's just been fantastic to see the kind of spring really burst through and emerge. I hope you're feeling it. Certainly the longer evenings, but I even noticed the longer mornings. Like once we trip through March and into April, it just all seems to change. So I'm feeling the sunshine, regardless of cloud. I hope you are too. I hope you're enjoying the program. I'm working through your assignments right now. They're excellent, really, really, really good. But we'll touch in on assignments today as well. And today is going to be a little bit more of an interactive day. And of course, we're at workshop two, session five, and we are going to start thinking about and contending with as we're learning about the capabilities that we need to build in this module to execute the strategies that we know we wish to execute in order to guide our organizations to strive in Industry 4 and as we head for Industry 5 and the intelligence era. We need to start turning our attention to executing um, or execution. And execution is about developing programs of work, of course, that uh, build value, that execute the strategy. But I think as hopefully learning in this module, you've got to build capability in tandem, in parallel, in order to execute those initiatives and programs that are digitally enabled. So we're going to start talking today about this, about ambidexterity. So ambidexterity has a couple of meanings and a couple of bearings. It means that you've got to be executing value in strategic projects and programs, but you've got to be building capability at the same time. It also means that you've got to run your legacy business while you're inventing the next one. And that's so more important today. It will be twice as important tomorrow. It'll be four times more important next week. It'll be exponentially more important as we go into the future, because as we've talked right through this program and certainly through this module about this idea of exponential change. Um, and because change is coming faster, the curve is becoming steeper of how technology is enabling us to do new things. We've got to be moving at a similar pace, if not faster, but we certainly got to be moving at a similar pace in order to keep up, but also to harness the fantastic benefits that digital technologies enable us to utilize so that we can deploy them into our strategies, create value, keep pace with competition, and make sure we defend what we have. So we've got to manage the business today, invent the business tomorrow, and we've got to transition from one to the other all the time while building new capabilities, all the time while refreshing our strategy in a world that's increasingly accelerating. So they're kind of some big themes that we're going to try and get to today. So I'm looking forward to kind of unpacking that. We're going to have a pretty active day. We're going to have lots of people. Sorry, we're going to have a guest speaker. You're going to have lots of time to talk together. We've got some exercises and so on and so forth. So kind of more of a workshopy today. A little bit of content, of course, from me to seed things, but very much. And this is about really the journey. And of course, Artemis 2, I'm sure you're all watching, or maybe you're not, but certainly I am. I'm always intrigued with what's going on in space. But the astronauts splashed down overnight out in the Pacific. And the two gentlemen and lady, can't remember their names, who have traveled further from Earth than anybody else before. Only about 5,000 kilometers further than previously, but still 400,000 kilometers away from the Earth. And they have come home with a life-changing experience. I'm not going to try and promise that today is necessarily going to be life-changing, but I do think what's going on in the world is life-changing. And that's the journey that we're trying to decompose and deconstruct and give you the skills and give you perspectives on. So today is a journey. This module is a journey, but very much the focus today is about now starting to think about what is the journey you want to bring the organization on to execute strategy, build capabilities, and innovate for tomorrow, which is arriving today. So that's kind of what we're going to be about. We'll get into an assignment check-in fairly shortly. We're going to do a little bit of speed dating and get you together and get you talking about assignment one, because I want you to solidify those learnings. We've got a guest speaker then joining us at 11 o'clock. He's probably going to come in a couple of little minutes earlier. So I'm going to try and fast forward some of the stuff. He might come in at about 10 to 11. And I'll introduce James when he arrives, but he's going to give us a little presentation and do some exercises with us. And we did a little sound check here this morning, so he's all set up to join us. Really looking forward to that. And then we're going to do a little bit of content together on what is this ambidexterity that you're talking about. So I'm going to deconstruct it, and I'm going to give you some perspectives in terms of how multimodal, multi-stream, complex transformation programs where you're trying to execute strategy, build capability, and reinvent for tomorrow, how those run in parallel and how to deconstruct that and think about leading that and operationalizing that. So in those ambidextrous bearings, I'm going to give you the content for that. We'll get to lunch somewhere about 1 o'clock, maybe even a little bit before that. Um, we usually have an hour scheduled for lunch. I'm happy to do the usual. If you want to shorten that to 30 minutes, we'll take a 30-minute break, which means we'll finish 30 minutes earlier this afternoon, usually on a Saturday. Most people like that. As I can't see you for some reason, I can't see if you're giving me thumbs up or not in relation to that, but I can jump back to seeing that in a couple of moments. Maybe even put it into the chat. Oh, I can see you. Oh, yeah, I can see you all now. Thanks, I fixed that. And I go, oh my God, there's so many thumbs up. So we'll take that as unanimous. My gosh, that was nice to return to. So I see that, and that's great. And then in the afternoon, we're going to do some exercises, and I'm actually going to get you to start doing your assignment two today, because we want to get you working. But I want to see if I can get you showing you the tools that I'm going to give to you for assignment two, which is building a roadmap. I'm going to get you into groups with a scenario that hopefully you've been able to download from IOB Learn. If you haven't get into IOB Learn, there should be an exercise pack for today. You will need it. So somewhere between now and lunchtime, make sure you do that. And we're going to give you a scenario. We're going to get you into groups to work through that scenario. We're going to learn by doing that, but you'll also start practicing for doing your own assignment too. And then I'll do a checkout with you on assignment two, probably about 3 o'clock, maybe, in around that kind of time frame, maybe even a little bit before that. We'll see how we go today. I don't have a slide to say this, but do let me say it now. If there's anything that's not here, anything that you'd like to discuss today, that you'd like us to chat about, that you'd like us to cover, I'm really happy to take time out and make sure we do that today. I, of course, have the day scheduled and planned, right? But this should be your time. Of course, I'm dictating and designing most of it, but I would like to make sure that and I have allowed some space today, that if you want to take time with me on any topics over and above the assignments, we'll make sure we cover lots of time on that today. Really happy to shoot the breeze. I probably have tons of content if you want content on stuff. So happy to do that. So let's make sure today we also take some time to hear and talk about what might be on top of mind for you, if that's okay. So that's what we've got planned for today. That sound look okay with everybody? Everyone doing okay? Yeah, all good. Hey, Bob. Okay, shout in if not, folks, please do. And I have the chat open as well, so just drop everything and anything into the chat. Right, just get out your phones there very quickly if you could, those who are with me, and just take a little snap of that. It should bring you into Mentimeter. I'm going to break. I'm going to stop sharing now, if that's okay. I'm going to break my slides because hopefully you are doing that, and just the way it works. I've got to wait till you get into Menti. Anybody need to put that slide up again? Are you all okay? I probably took it down too quickly. So let me put it into the chat. Yeah, so it's there in the chat if you want to just go in and flick on it. So I'm interested just to see how you're feeling. Of course, this is only a proxy. We don't have everybody and necessarily everyone here who was with us the first time, but keen to see how you're feeling as we're going through this module about getting you fit to lead digital and AI because that's what we're trying to do. And if we're not doing that, well, I'm in trouble. You're in trouble for sure. Well, definitely I'm in trouble. So important that we try and get a little measure. Okay, we've a good degree of results coming in there now, so that's fantastic. So I am just going to take a snapshot of those. I'm going to pop them into this slide. Great. And let's get everything back on screen and see how we're doing. That just takes me a little minute, as you know. So I'll put that away and get back here and get back sharing. I need to be able to share my sound. Da, 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 da. Okay, everyone see that back again. Great. Okay, thank you for doing that. So yeah, we're kind of, we're moving along. We're kind of getting you to half marathon pace, 10K half marathon pace. Some people still feeling the duress. Back at the couch to 5K, but compared to where we started a couple of weeks ago, that's moving along nicely. We're moving less. I'm worried that somebody was ready for the marathon and is now not ready for the marathon. Maybe too many Easter eggs, but I did. Maybe that's factual, or maybe that's just that we don't have everybody with us this morning. We have a smaller number due to Easter, no doubt. But certainly good to see and think that we're heading in the right way. I hope that you are feeling that you're heading in the right direction. If you are, great. If you're not, very importantly, reach out to me. Very happy to have a conversation, have a chat with anybody as we go along. And thank you for some of those messages that are coming in privately. So that's perfect. Good. We're moving in the right direction. A couple of things, rolling reportage. I continue to observe the most downloaded apps in the world. Just had a quick look this morning. There's some old articles from last year where we seen a turning point where ChatGPT around this time last year it happened. Was the most became the most downloaded app in the App Store. And interesting, just went in this morning, and it remains the number one downloaded app across iOS and Google Play. And it's just intriguing, both in terms of numbers of users, but if you also, I think I showed this before, I may have not, but it's really interesting to resemble how exponential forces are also playing out in terms of the model releases. So you can see the compression of time between model development, model release, which is kind of on the x-axis here, and you can also see somewhat of an exponential force in terms of task complexity on the y-axis that's playing out. It's just a really interesting way to look at the pace of development that is happening out there. I'm sure you're feeling it. I'm sure you're seeing it. I mean, I try and crystallize it in the context of, the web took us 40 years to get to current adoption rates. AI, in terms of generative AI, has taken us 4 years, but these new models are starting to develop in the pace of, 4 months to 4 weeks, almost into, weekly now, 4 or 5 days. We're in that kind of period. And the power of them is quite phenomenal. I don't know if you spotted during the week. that Anthropic, and this is not playing for some reason, so I may need to just hop out as I'm introducing this, so bear with me. It hopefully should play. So I'm going to try and put that up again, and I'll try and get you back again. Bear with me, folks. Anthropic released their latest model only in the last week. Hopefully you can all see those slides again. And there's been a huge kind of shift in what's happening. But let me play.
If you read comics, you know about the Age of Ultron, maybe. And it was a peacekeeping AI that became so powerful, it became the threat. And I'm not going to lie, like there is some news making waves today that seems a little like sci-fi, but it is not. The AI giant Anthropic, they just announced that they have this new model so powerful that they will not be releasing it to the public. They called it Mythos, and apparently it's already found thousands of massive security flaws, what they describe as zero-day vulnerabilities in cybersecurity. That is a big deal, and it's in every major operating system, every single browser. It's the stuff that you and I are using every single day. So this is all such a reckoning that all of a sudden this is happening. And I know what you're thinking, like this is just a bunch of logos. These are some of the biggest tech companies on the planet. These are competitors, and they are being given access to Mythos for good, to use it to harden defenses. So what is going on? Why is everybody assembling in this kind of weird tech dream team? Well, joining us now is NBC's AI fellow, Jared Perlow. Jared, great to see you, and credit where credit's due. Anthropic, like they did post what they have been red teaming here publicly. They're working with these other companies on their own volition. But what does this, first of all, tell us about Mythos's capabilities right now?
So what we know about Mythos comes from Anthropic itself. So I think everything that we know about it should be taken with a certain grain of salt, because they say they can't release Mythos, technically called Claude Mythos Preview, publicly because it is so powerful. Now, I also want to flag that potentially this is a case of AI company crying wolf, crying AI model that's too powerful to release. But from all the experts I've been talking to, it does seem like this is the real deal. So as you mentioned, this new model, Mythos Preview, has apparently discovered thousands of critical and high-risk cyber vulnerabilities, some which have never been discovered before. And one of them even goes back 27 years. This bug has been sitting in this really critical system for 27 years, and apparently Mythos has found it. So Anthropic has launched this new coalition, this consortium, as you mentioned, of leading tech companies to basically give them a head start to say, we think that we've discovered this crazy new power. We think you should be able to plug your defenses before we release this publicly, although we don't really know. Anthropic says they don't know if and when they'll ever release the full model publicly.
Yeah, what you're just describing, this teaming up.
I'm going to pause it there. As ever, the link will be in the slides. It might be worth just looking at the last couple of minutes of it. I think Jared's really rocking the style, by the way. He's love his shirt and the haircut. I'm thinking of adopting it. But that aside, that pithy attempt at humor, there's something really interesting at play here, which is, the latest models are becoming unsafe for public consumption. And what does that mean? Well, ultimately, you get the headline story like you get on CBC or sorry, NBC, and you'll see it everywhere over the last week. Maybe you've been tracking it. And the application they're pointing this model at is code. And they're essentially saying the simplest way I can contextualize this is that the ability of Mythos is now surpassing the majority of coders on the planet, because it can now get so infuriatingly diligently and forensically into understanding code. It can see the hidden code in code, which is what hackers do. Hackers put hidden code, we're called zero-day traps, and they put them in code, and that's how they hack into systems and so on and so forth. And hackers are, as we will well know, are the most sophisticated coders that are out there, because they're the people who break the code and who can circumvent code. And Mythos can now circumvent most of the code breaking, which is the smartest code, for many years now, and they've decided not to release it to the public because hackers, if they make it open source, hackers, can potentially do all sorts of things with it because it'll superpower them. So instead, they've given it to firms like Microsoft, firms like NVIDIA, to see if they can actually use Mythos to close ranks and make code safer for us all, as opposed to. So I don't know, but I just feel that that's a real. I mean, there's almost feels as if there's dawns every week these days, but that certainly for me feels like a new dawn. If you get into read behind the story, when they were releasing Mythos in its sandbox and they were testing it, it actually took on a life of its own. So they tried to put it into a sandbox, and it coded its way out of the sandbox. So it broke its own sandbox. The developer who was doing this testing was at lunch, and all of a sudden he got an email from his test sandbox environment to say that Mythos was out and it was on its merry journey to breaking 0 days. And thanks for thanks for developing. I mean, crazy stuff. I'm sure I'm not telling that story perfectly, but and they don't cover it in this NBC piece, but it's just really interesting to think about the complications of that. And that's at a global sense. But of course, as I mentioned earlier on, we have our own madness going on the streets and on the motorways and in the cities of Ireland, and we just have mania that seems to be happening everywhere. I mean, we still, are following everything that's going on at the Middle East. I'm working with an organization right now that's based in the Middle East. They have very significant operations out there, and the leader, as she described to me last night, she's two jobs. And she's managing a crisis in the Middle East while trying to run a very big business. And she said it's just nigh on impossible to plan for what's happening out there because of just the volatility of Trump and just the general kind of explosive nature of that environment. All the while we're scoring an own goal here in Ireland with our protests and our fuel shortages and so on and so forth. I don't know. It's just I keep getting this feeling that we're just we're on the brink of kind of new madness every day, but it's happening faster and faster. And probably the question we're trying to come to today is, what does that mean for strategy, and what does that mean for strategy execution? And I think they're important scene setters, just to have in our minds that as we go through today, we need to take a little bit of refuge from all that madness and have a think about, as we prepare ourselves and prepare our organizations, how do we navigate? Because we're going to see increasing volatility. We are seeing it. We're going to continue to see increasing volatility. And what that means for strategy is we've got to be smarter, more flexible, more adaptive, more fluent, yet more agile in terms of how we set ourselves up to build strategies to compete in, defend in, but actually take advantage of this kind of increasing pace of development, but also to build the new capabilities in order to do that at the same time while we protect our businesses today and we invent our businesses for tomorrow. Again, those kind of three vectors. And again, that's just putting in another little bit of kind of context on why it's important to do that. So again, today is about pulling that strategy thread through into how we're looking to build capability in this module right down now. And as we hand off this module and into the next one, where you'll be with Paul on execution, like hard delivery, that's what you cover in your third piece, starting to think about the big moves, starting to think about constructing multimodal ambidextrous programs is what I want to kind of cover with you today. I'm sure, or not all, but I certainly stayed up a little bit later last night than I should have watching Rory McIlroy. He's 5 shots ahead in the Masters, potential to win it for the second consecutive year, which only a few players have done before him. Woods, Faldo, and Nicholas, I think, are the only other 3 players that have done it before him. And I was watching kind of last night and I was thinking this morning, so I decided to put a slide in. Of course, I'm a huge fan, and I think he's a fantastic talisman. And I think wouldn't it be wonderful to see somebody from our shores break into that kind of very beholden record books. But actually, if you think about the game of golf, in itself. I'm not sure if any of you play golf, but I play a little bit really badly. But as I think about golf, golf is actually one of the reasons it's so difficult and perhaps so attractive to people is it's quite expensive, of course, so that dilutes entry. But one of the reasons why it's so mercurial and so attractive to people, I believe, is because of the dexterity necessary to and the complication that's required in order to master it. So even at a simple level, you take out a driver and you try and put the ball 300 yards down a fairway. You know if you're a fellow like me, you'll end up in the woods all the time. So you're trying to take out a blunt club and hack it out of the pines. Then you're trying to play a magnificent sand wedge, to 90 yards, and then you have to take out a putter. And then you've got to, navigate, glass-like grass greens and so on and so forth. What am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is the game of golf is not a game of one style and stroke. It requires mastery of many different things in order to compete. And again, I just want us to have it in our minds that if we want to master strategy and execution in the digital age, we have to be able to be multimodal. We've got to master many things in concertina at the same time in order for us to be successful. So kind of that's really, really important philosophy. And the dexterity necessary is a core component of success in the digital era. So, again, we'll revisit that as we go through today. Nod to Rory. Important message is the necessity to master many things is what we're going to try and cover today. Right. How are you all doing? Everybody okay? Good. I'm not going to spend long on the recap. We've done a lot of work to get you ready to, and you've been doing really well in your assignment ones. If you want to check in with me on feedback on assignment ones today, thank you, Emily. I'm happy to do that. So jump in. We can use some free time to do that as we go through this morning. But you are, and hopefully you're wisely using the frameworks that I shared around customer centricity, around efficiency, digital engagement, data analytics, the agile backdrop, innovation, and this most difficult one, I think, for which is just naturally it's the most complex one, is open through partnerships. But I have to say, for those of you that are using the frameworks, I am giving you 70s, 80s, and 90s. You're scoring really, really well. When you're not using the frameworks, you're getting scores of 40, 50, and 60 in that kind of bucket, merely and purely because the frameworks help you to break the complexity down, to modularize it. And the more you use frameworks, the more you use structure to break things down to get to the simplest kind of common denominator, or the simplest denominator, if you even just call it that, the more that helps you cognitively think through to recommend what you need to action through in order to execute. So the reason why I try and give you all these frameworks and I try and get you in the assignments working with them is because it's almost like your toolbox, right? Transformation is a complex thing. Think about a car, and think about taking an engine together in a car, not an electric one. They're pretty simple actually, but think about an old mechanical one. Think about unpacking that, and think about the toolbox you need to unpack that. Ask somebody to unpack an engine, they kind of go, oh my God. Give them the toolbox and give them a kind of an instruction guide. Well, a bit like Lego and all these kind of things, you can kind of get on with it and it can be kind of fun, right? But it's only by decomposition. And frameworks are like your tools. They help you decompose complex situations. And the more you use them, the more clarity you will get because you'll be able to get to the simplest denominators and the more you'll be able to push through them. So happy to take some time today if you want to ask me questions about the assignments. I have to say, I'm really impressed. Thank you. And they're going well. Not through them all, but a third through them. But I'll have them done end of next week, beginning of the following week. They take a little time to get through, and the more you give me, the longer it takes. But that's okay. I'm delighted to see them coming through so strongly. So really well done in terms of that. And we will, over the next couple of weeks, we'll extend. I don't have it there, but we're together again on Tuesday, and then we're going to focus in on, gosh, what are we going to do on Tuesday? Technology, I think, on Tuesday. And then we're going to do culture. And then we're going to do risks. So we have three more capabilities to do. We've the majority done. And I'll show you later on when we're going to look at assignment two, how we want you then to turn that into execution. Okay. But we've a super amount of work done, and you've kind of got the basics now, which is brilliant. The other three, so technology, people, and risk, are kind of wraparounds. They apply to them all. So these are more distinctive, and the others are kind of more general and in their application. So we'll cover off that. But what I thought we'd do now, before James joins us in about 15 minutes, is take a little opportunity to do some speed dating for those of you who are with us online. So we're going to do a little bit of active learning. So it's a nice opportunity for you to say hello to one another and not just have to listen to me, but a great opportunity for you to just take a couple of minutes to share with each other. How have you been getting on with assignment one? What you learned, what you're maybe finding a little bit difficult, your context, how you think you're going to apply this, back in your business or back in your work. So we'll get you into a 15-minute breakout. So what was hard, what was beneficial, what are the challenges, what are the opportunities? Just have a chat, say hello, get introduced, but share how you think you've gone on, and maybe be curious and let the conversation go. And if you're struggling, don't worry, just hop back out into the main group. But I seldom find that you are. We might shorten this to about 10 minutes, get a couple of minutes then for you to share perspectives, because we have a small enough group today. Is that okay, everybody, if we do that? So I'm going to stop sharing. So I can get to my breakout rooms a little bit easier. Tools, where are my breakout rooms? Hold on, there we go. So I'm just going to assign you automatically. We have 14, so I'm going to do 7 rooms. 7, there we go. And there you should all have an opportunity now to jump into a room. Please jump in, anyone that's here. I'll make sure you're with somebody, and we'll talk to you in about 10 minutes. I'll pause recording while that's happening, and we'll join you shortly.
This particular navigation, there were many back in the day.
There were many indeed.
Yeah.
Great.
Good stuff. Shall I try and share my screen?
You want to do that, James? And I should say I'm back recording, if that's okay. So because I didn't hit record before I did that introduction very quickly, we've James Lutet with us. James is the author of Leading Impactful Teams. He's incredibly experienced as a business leader, and now a business advisor and a teacher, and obviously an author. And he's going to share with us today his perspectives, experiences, and guidance on how to get stuff done in complex environments. So, James, you are sharing, and we are with you.
Good stuff. So people can see what I'm sharing. Hopefully, there's a sort of holding screen there.
Yeah,
and then with a bit of luck, there we go. Excellent. So thanks ever so much for having me, Garvin, and really nice to meet everybody. I know you guys are studying hard and learning a lot from Garvin, and I've read his book myself. Kind of last year, I think it was launched, and I know you're getting into some really technical stuff and some really good people stuff as well. Just to introduce myself a little bit more. So my background was in consulting, mostly to start with. I was a developer, then I was a tester, I was a test lead, then I was a project manager doing small things over in the UK, and then bigger things over here in Ireland. When my wife and I got married, we agreed that I'm in charge of everything, all of the things I'm in charge of. apart from the decisions. She's in charge of decisions, but everything else I'm in charge of, which is why we live in Castleknock now in Ireland, and we moved over here in about 2012, and I rejoined Accenture then, and was working within, as Garvin says, within the bank, running quite a big program, bigger and bigger programs as I progressed in my career. And in 2016, I'm not going to put too much of a spoiler on it because it forms the introduction to my book, and I'm going to give you all, if you like, a free copy of the audiobook at the end, for those of you that like to go for a walk and listen to things, which is how I consume most of my my knowledge now. But this is the book, Leading Impactful Teams: Achieving Low Stress Success in Project Management. And in 2016, I ended up having what they called a psychotic episode, because I was running the project under huge amounts of pressure with what I would call effort rather than impact, and it broke me. And I ended up in hospital, and it was pretty emotional time, and I always get a little bit emotional thinking back to it. And that, like I say, that forms the introduction to the book. So you can go away and have a listen to that and see that journey that I went on. And what I find is quite a lot of people resonate with that level of pressure and stress that can particularly occur in financial services, but lots and lots of organizations as well. So that's what when I came out of that. So I was sorry, yeah. So when I was in the hospital after having that experience, I was lying in the bed, and my brother's kind of cool. He's got this big beard and long hair, and he plays the guitar, and he makes harps for a living. And he sent me this video of him playing, the Bare Necessities from the Jungle Book. So there's a line in the song. It's a lovely video. And if we've got time at the end, I might even show it to you. And there's a lovely line in the video that says, "The bees are buzzing in the tree to make some honey just for me." And that was the moment when I watched him play that song to his son. I realized I was doing it completely wrong. I was lying in the hospital bed, and everybody else was getting on with MiFID II, and I was getting paid. That was my sort of realization moment. I was like, hang on a second, this is a better way to do that than that thing. And maybe I need to change the way I'm going about things. So when I was allowed back into work, it was about 3 months I was off for the illness, and there was all kinds of psychological assessments and various things. There is a medical element to the story, but you'll have to read the book to understand a bit more about that. But when I was allowed back into work, I became the project management competency lead for the bank. That's what they called it. So my job was then to go and learn everything I could about project management, project delivery, and help people to get better at their roles. It's really interesting because I speak to lots and lots of people nowadays, and once you become a project manager, you have no time. It disappears, right? There's no way you can learn things. And I had this wonderful opportunity to actually, it's my job to go and learn everything I possibly could about this stuff. So I did my PMP, scaled agile framework. I studied as a Scrum Master and an Agile Master, but I also got really interested in things like behavioral psychology, design thinking, like facilitation techniques, these things that I thought would be useful to people. And I started kind of getting involved in training and teaching people this stuff and really enjoyed it. And then about 3 years later, I got a phone call from a headhunter. Would I like to apply to be Chief Information Officer at CPL? I don't know if people know the recruitment company, biggest recruitment company in Ireland, and a big outsourcing organization as well. And I said yes. And then I fairly quickly realized I didn't know how to be a chief information officer, but I do have a growth mindset. So I bought 3 books on how to be a chief information officer and read those. And turns out that's a really good thing to do because I got the job. So I was speaking to Anne and Lorna and the guys and about how we were going to run the IT function, and they really liked what I had to say and they hired me. And then all of a sudden I had a different problem. So I'd gone from being a stressed out project manager and then a trainer to the CIO of a big company. I'm like, hang on a second, I've got to deliver huge value to this organization. And what I saw in the team is they were very stressed and they were under a lot of pressure and they really weren't delivering, not because they weren't working hard, they were working incredibly hard, but they just were working on the wrong things, lots and lots of task switching, very unclear priorities, lots of waiting and like sign offs, all kinds of things that were causing them problems. And over the course of about 8 months, we started to do some of the things that we'll talk about today in that team and help them to get better at what they were doing. And because I've been a trainer, my management style had changed. It had become what I now call coach and delegate. Coach, teach, train, keep going, keep teaching, keep training, keep coaching, delegate. Teach, train, delegate. Coach, teach, delegate, delegate, with a view that over time you can build a really powerful, impactful team that you can delegate stuff to. Because it's almost impossible to delegate things now. I've just hired a new person onto my team, and I'm like, why can't you read my mind? Why can't you do all of these things that I need you to do? And the answer is, well, she doesn't know how to do it yet. I need to train her and build her capability so that in 6 months' time or in a year's time, she'll be doing all of that stuff completely unsupervised and without any help. And that's the idea for a lot of this stuff, is a slightly longer term view about how we think about our task management, about our teams, how we're structuring things, that can take a lot of the pressure and stress off people and help us to be a bit more successful. And the interesting thing is, when you have that mindset, I was able to go down, my team all stepped up, and as CIO, I was able to go down to a 4-day week, which was cool. So then that's when I started thinking, hang on a second, maybe some of the other people in the country might benefit from this. And the marketing team asked me to do some little vlogs and various bits and bobs like that. And I started to do some of that stuff and got this really good reaction to it. And I went down to a 4-day week. And then I went and found this amazing cartoonist. So you'll see the cartoons that we're going to go through, some of them today, Tice, and started to explain some of these things in different ways. And that started to resonate with people. And so I finished up with CPL in the summer of 2022, got my head down and wrote the book. So that's the book there. And if you connect with me on LinkedIn, I know some people are watching this back, so connect with me on LinkedIn, and I will give you the links for the audiobook and even some extra masterclasses and things once you connect. So I wrote the book and then started the business about 3 years ago. And it turns out almost everybody has this huge level of pressure and stress, and lots of organizations are struggling with prioritization and having some of these difficult decisions about how we choose to spend our time. And so that's what I do now, is I work with probably some of your organizations already within financial services, but lots of other organizations as well, across different industries across Ireland. And I'm going to Paris in a few weeks' time, and I've just got one in Florida, which is kind of exciting, and just signed a deal in Singapore. So we're starting to go global with different organizations as well, and starting to help people think about some of this stuff. So what am I talking about, right? So I'm an expert in project management, and I thought I was going to be teaching lots and lots of project managers, but actually turns out that some of this stuff is really useful for lots of people. And what I'd like to think about is this idea of a toolbox of skills and ideas and capabilities, many of which Garvin will have been talking to you about on this training course. And the fact that you guys are all doing this shows that you have a growth mindset already. So that's a great place to start. And you're looking to build a toolbox. And we've all got a different set of tools in our box. And what I want to do is find the best ones that I can find and share those so that you can add them to your toolbox. So we're going to start with one. I like tactics. I like real things that you can do now. And one of the biggest problems I see in a lot of organizations is this one. Has anyone heard of the HIPPO? The highest paid person's opinion. And it's a very dangerous thing in a lot of teams. It's a very good way of disempowering teams. And the problem is, what happens is, like, you're mostly senior people. I can't see too many people. I think there's only one or two cameras on. It'd be great if there were a couple of other people who were sharing, so I could see if my stories are working for people. But the HIPPO, the highest paid person's opinion, is a really dangerous thing, because a lot of people sit back and they let the most experienced person or the most senior person give their ideas and their thoughts to what's going on. And it's not necessarily a deliberate thing. In fact, in a lot of cases, the words are there, like, I want to empower my team, I want people to be better at things, and yet we still kind of hold ourselves to, we still talk a lot too much ourselves. So I have this problem. Part of the reason I'm a trainer and an author and things, because I've got all these opinions that they need to come out. So I need tactics that are gonna help me to empower my team and give them a chance to speak. And one of the most powerful ones is what I call the SAVE technique: silent writing, affinity clustering, vote, and execute. And so what you do if you want to get your opinions from the team or some ideas from your team, is you get together in a room. It does work online, and actually I'm going to show you how it works a little bit later on in this call. But all you do is you ask them a question. So let's say you're kicking off a project. The question might be, hey guys, what do we need to do on this project? Like, you've ever been with that blank sheet of paper, like, I don't know how to start this project. This is what you do, right? Get some people who know about the area and ask them, guys, what do you need to do? What might we need to do to start this project? But it's silent writing. It's exam conditions. So you give everyone some post-it notes and a pen. And then, does anyone remember Austin Powers, Dr. Evil? Like, there's a bit in Austin Powers where Dr. Evil was like, shh, shh, I've got a bagger, shh, zip it. And I actually do that, like, in the rooms where I'm facilitating these things, and I'm like, no talking, right? It's exam conditions. And when you do that, something really weird happens. This kind of soft thing between people's ears starts to kick in and work. Everybody has a deliverable. Everybody has to write something on a post-it note. Because it's a bit embarrassing if you come back to you just had 5 minutes to write one thing on a post-it note and you didn't manage to do that. Not great. So all of a sudden, these ideas appear in the room, and they're a physical thing. Like, you can't, it's not going anywhere, right? It's on the paper, it exists. And that's a pretty magical thing. Now, I'm not going to go through the rest of the SAVE technique. That's in the book, and we can catch up another time. But then you can take those ideas, you can organize them and structure them. And all of a sudden, you've started to put your shape on your project plan, or your prioritized backlog, or your risk log, or whatever it is that you're trying to get the input from the team on. It's incredibly collaborative and really, really simple. And we're going to have a try on it later on. I'm going to ask you guys for some questions once you know a little bit more about me and what I talk about. And as we go through it, and at the end of the call, or towards the end of the call, I'm going to give you a minute to actually type a question into the chat, and we'll get questions out. But everybody has to do it. So I'll let you know when that's happening. If you think of a question as we go, though, please do take a note of it, because you might need to remember what that is. Okay. So when I was writing the book about project management, I wanted to simplify it down. And actually, since I wrote the book, I've simplified it even further. The two words that I think anybody and I suppose the point here is most people, you look at project, I don't know, is anybody on the call actually branded as a project manager? Anybody claiming to be a project manager? Okay, anybody managing any projects or teams or work? Yeah, I don't know what the rest of you are doing, but presumably quite a few people are managing projects or teams or work or some kind of things that need to be done, right? And I thought I was going to be training lots of project managers, but actually turns out I'm training lots and lots of people who, although they're not officially project managers, they are managing some kind of project or work. So simplifying project management down to just two words: structure and transparency. That's what project management is, right? If you can put some structure around what's going on in your team or in your project and show people how it's progressing and what's happening. But that's too simple. So in the book, I've talked about the next level up from that. So when you're thinking about any kind of work or project, there's 8 lenses of project management or management more generally that I find are very, very useful, that cover most of the bases. So what are they? Time. People seem to care about when things are going to happen. Quality. They also seem to care about how good they're going to be. And perfect is often not the answer. Cost. People seem to care about how much money is going to be spent. Scope. What's included, what's excluded, and how we have in those discussions. Risk. And its big and little brothers: assumptions, dependencies, and issues. What could go wrong? And how are we making sure that it doesn't, or if it does, we're prepared for it? And then the really important stuff: your team, the people who are actually going to do the work, your stakeholders, the people who care about it one way or another, whether they're senior or junior or lots and lots of people. And those are all great. And most of the other, anybody who's done any kind of study in this space, this is the PMP. I'm quite aligned with the PMI, the Project Management Institute. I was PMI Project Professional of the Year in 2023. But I don't think this is the best way to learn project management, by the way. I don't think that studying 1,000 things, all of which are equal, is a particularly good way to learn. I think it's useful for getting a 10% pay rise if anybody wants to do that. But it's a hard slog to do that. And the one that gets missed over and over and over again is prioritization, because there is an infinite amount of work. For those of us that are hardworking, intelligent people in large organizations, or actually in small organizations, I've been in big organizations, but I'm an entrepreneur now. There is an infinite amount of work. And if we don't prioritize things and choose what we don't do, as well as where we choose to spend our time, that causes us huge problems. And it turns out, having talked to hundreds, probably thousands now of people about this stuff over the last 3 years since I've started the business, this is an incredibly powerful and useful way to think. Actual prioritization. And I'll explain a bit more as we go. So just because we don't have lots of project management experts in the room, I'm just going to just explain two normal types of project management, or two normal ways of doing projects. Waterfall projects, which is kind of in most big organizations still, unfortunately, the structure around projects is very waterfall. And the idea is that you upfront, you do all your requirements, and maybe then you do your procurement process, and then you do all of your design of something, all of your build of something, all of your test of something, and then you deploy it and go live, right? And that could be over 6 months or 2 years. And so many big organizations are still structured for doing this. Unfortunately, there's huge problems with this. It works really, really well for things like building a building, right? It's the way that we did projects for millennia, because those were the kinds of projects we were doing, and the world wasn't changing that much on us. But unfortunately, Donald Trump exists, and COVID happens, and stuff comes at us, and all of a sudden, these things get thrown off, right? And the things that we thought we wanted to do 2 years ago when we were doing our requirement phase turn out to be not the right things. And so waterfall projects often have this huge problem around scope creep and change requests, and I'm not getting what I expected. And so about 25 years ago, a load of people got together from the IT world in a ski lodge in Utah, and they're like, we could do this better. And they came up with this idea of Agile. And Agile has, in some places, a very good brand, in some places, a very bad brand, mostly because it's been done badly in those places. And it's unfortunate that a lot of people who don't really understand in their bones how it works have been using this word Agile and kind of damaging the brand of it, because it's an incredibly powerful way of thinking. And if you think about what Agile is, the idea is there's a manifesto and there's all kinds of complexity to it. But fundamentally, what it's doing is taking something that is doable, right? What they call a minimum viable product, a small thing, ideally high value, low effort, that we can get in front of people and get a feedback loop going. And this comes from the world of IT, but it works really well with marketing campaigns and training programs and so many of the different things that we do, whatever role we have in our projects. So you make something that is a minimum viable product and you get a feedback loop going. You show it to someone and they give you some feedback, and then you make it better. And you don't necessarily know exactly where you're going to end up from at the start, but you're making it better as you get more and more feedback and over again, and you iterate and improve. So for those of you that have heard those terms and don't necessarily know it, I do go into a lot more detail in various other places. Waterfall is good for if you've got to be very sequenced, right? This has to happen after this has to happen after this has to happen, right? It works if there's a huge pressure in the organization for upfront sign off of things, right? I call that a low trust situation, which is actually true in almost all public sector procurement environments. It's true in a lot of the large banks. And it's unfortunate because it causes a huge amount of waste and effort, but sometimes you are forced into this way of doing things. If design decisions have to be locked in early, they have to be. I think that's changing much less. It's very rare nowadays that design decisions fully have to be locked in. But if you're building a house, they do, of course. And if there's sort of interdependent, predictable stages, very few projects in the knowledge economy are actually like this one. And one of the other things that people talk about is this idea of long lead times on resources, as they have to be booked well in advance. It's a good reason for doing waterfall. Actually, I believe you can do that in Agile as well, if you're clever about how you go about it. And then Agile is good for when requirements are emerging, right? We start, like, the world is changing on us, right? We see something and we respond to it and go, actually, I want that in a different way. I thought it was going to be pink, but actually I need it to be blue now because whatever's happened has happened, right? If we're doing experiments, prototypes, new technology, and I mean, let's be honest, guys, technology is, I mean, the pace of change is incredible now, and it's only getting faster, right? This is the slowest it's ever going to be, and that's terrifying. And so always, very, very often, our ability to do things is changing as quickly as the project is going. I find it much better to run agile projects in complex or uncertain environments because you just can't know all of the stuff up front for waterfall projects. And if the team are learning as they go and iterate based on feedback. And fundamentally, if the environment expects change and values adaptability, right? So we're looking to do those things. And I think more and more projects across almost all industries fall into this category rather than this category nowadays. But they're both useful things to know. Don't get me wrong. I know how to use a Gantt chart and I love getting down on resource leveling. But there is huge value in understanding both things. So let's talk about scope. If we think about all the things that we could do, in scope is all of the stuff that we will do. Great. And out of scope, some people think about this, so the experienced project managers, they have an out of scope list. This is the stuff we're not going to do. What I'm interested in is the blurred edges, the things that I think we're going to do and somebody else thinks we're not going to do or might not be doing, or we haven't had the conversation or whatever, right? That's where the danger lies, right? The misperception between two different people of what's in and what's out of scope. And we try often we try and write down things like requirements, traceabilities, matrices, or stories and things like that to try and define that more. And that's useful but not perfect. Because quite often you get asked for this. If you're and you guys, I don't know where you sit in your organization. Sometimes you're the senior person asking for things. Sometimes you might have someone asking you for these things, and quite often you get this situation. So this is Jill, who's my impactful project manager, and this is her stakeholder, and he's asking for swimming pools. I want a swimming pool. Jill knows though. Hang on a second. Right? I've seen swimming pools. They don't look like that. When you say swimming pool, do we need to put a fence around it? Is it going to be heated? Are we going to have slides? Do we need a lifeguard? Let's get into this, right? Active listening, asking questions, discussing assumptions, because the assumption in most people's mind is because someone's more senior than us and they're asking for a thing, they thought it all through. Let me tell you, having sat in that chair, they haven't got a clue in a lot of cases, right? They haven't thought of the detail. And our job, wherever we're sitting in the organization, is to give them decisions and context as well to help them to navigate this stuff. Because otherwise you can end up here. Has anyone ever been to change request purgatory? A couple of knowing smiles there in the room. Brutal place. This is where I was when I ended up having my psychotic episode. Really, really harsh. If you find yourself in this place, please go and understand that you need to probably be doing some of the more agile type approaches. And there's loads of agile, like Scrum and Kanban and extreme programming. There's loads of useful ways of doing it and thinking about it. But fundamentally, if you're trying to operate a waterfall project and you find yourself here, it's probably an indication that the world is changing on you too quickly for a waterfall project. So our job as project delivery teams is to make everything as good and quick and cheap as we can. Right? Our job is to be excellent and make our team excellent and great and brilliant. And that's really important. Sometimes there's a limit to that. We can't do more or better or cheaper, right? And sometimes we need a decision. And that's where this wonderful thing called governance needs to kick in. And our job is to present them with decisions. And one of the best ways to do that is to use what we call the iron triangle. You can have it good, you can have it quick, you can have it cheap. Pick two. Which one am I flexing on? Right? When you present options back to your steering committee or your boss or whoever's making decisions, give them the option. You can have it good in quick, in which case, give me loads of money and I'll get the consultants in and we'll do it really good and quick. You can have it good and cheap, in which case, give me the team and we'll get set up and we'll learn things and we'll get better, but it's going to take time. Or you can have it quick and cheap. And guess what? We're going to be cutting scope and there's going to be bugs or issues with it. And sometimes those things are okay, right? So when you're presenting options, use this as a nice little framework, and then you still need to give a recommendation, right? I think, by the way, for this huge multinational company with billions and billions in the bank, then we're going to go good and quick and spend loads of money. I think for this public sector organization where value for money is really important and actually, like, you know, things can move a bit slower, I think we need it to be good, but we're going to give it more time because we need to be cheap, right? Or I think for this startup where we just got to get something done, it doesn't matter if we've got a few bugs, quick and cheap, let's just get the thing live, right? And we'll learn and iterate and improve because it doesn't matter if there's a bug. If you're building the space shuttle, you're here, right? If you're building my website, you're down here, right? So sorry if you're looking at my website and there's any bugs on it. It's not my highest priority, but I have one, right? And it's good enough and it does the job. So when you make decisions, this is a useful way to do it. Little pro tip. If your organization struggles to make decisions, add a fourth option, which is no decision. Option A, option B, my recommendation. And by the way, if you choose not to make a decision this month, this is what happens. And all of a sudden, you can show the consequences of them not making a decision to the people who should be making a decision. And they can either choose to not make a decision or make that decision there and then and go with the options that you're doing, right? It's very frustrating when you ask people for a decision. They go, oh, we need more information. Like, fine, we'll give you more information, but that's going to cost us. That means the deadline has to move. Right? That means the timeline has to shift. So you show that to them as the consequences, and now they can make better decisions. Having sat in those rooms, and I know, Garvin, you've sat in lots of those rooms as well, like very often you don't know that, like, or you're not thinking that, like, not making a decision now causes the deadline in a year's time to disappear forward by a month. Right? You don't realize that, and actually you would make a different decision if you were told those things. So let's get back to prioritization, right? Prioritization is the core to everything. And for me, there's lots of different ways to prioritize things. One of the ways is just to guess. One of the ways is to ask your boss. For me, the best way to do it is using value and effort. So this is a little matrix of things that we could do. High value, low effort things. We do not want to be working on high effort, low value things. We want to be working on low effort, high value things. And here's the interesting thing. Low stress success exists in the gap between the value you can deliver and the effort that it takes. If you're working on like really, really high value, low effort things, you'll have all the resources you need, right? No problem at all. Like, we'll just get it done because it's such a huge, valuable thing. If you're working on a very low value, high effort thing, your job is in the balance. You may well be the first person to lose your job if and when bad things happen in this organization. So that's a really useful way of thinking about how we prioritize things. So here we've got John. John's my bad, stressed out project manager. Me back in 2016, or actually me on my worst day still in 2026. But this kind of stressed out, like, you know, command and control type project manager. And they both arrived on this desert island. They need to get some lunch. And John has spotted these couple of coconuts. Okay, you're going to get some coconuts. But he doesn't know, you know that thing they do in hot countries where they have coconuts, where the kids, they tie their feet together. They climb up the tree like that, and they kind of jump up. He doesn't know, I don't know how to do that, and he doesn't know how to do that, but he's decided to go after these coconuts anyway. So he's building this scaffold thing, and he's like, oh, how am I going to get this? This looks a bit risky. Oh, I'm not sure. And Jill has taken a breath. She's walked around the island. She's like, hang on, I found a lovely pool full of nice fish, and she's just sharpening up a stick and getting lunch. High value, low effort, high effort, low value. Same goal, which is to get lunch, right? But just different ways of going about it. In Agile, when we're scoping things, we tend to do things, we allow ourselves to look, to trust our future selves to make decisions. So very often we'll have this idea of like themes and epics and user stories and tasks. And we define some things, the things we need next, at a very detailed level, but we trust our future selves to make some decisions on some of the other things. right? And that's a useful way to think about a lot of your project delivery. Okay, I'm going to give you another tip on estimation. Estimating things is really, really hard. In this book, in the PMP, they say that there's several ways of doing it. They talk about top-down estimating, which is like, oh, it's about 1 million. Bottom up, which is break it into all the things and estimate each one of those. They talk about analogous estimating, which is comparing things to the previous thing that we did. They talk about parametric estimating, which is like breaking it into widgets, and there's 17 widgets, and each one takes 2 days, and therefore it's 34 days. They talk about this weird one called 3-point estimating, where it's like, this is the optimistic number, this is the pessimistic number, this is the probable number, and you multiply this by 4, and you add the other 2 and divide the whole thing by 6. And this is what? And the trouble with this is that none of these things actually tell you how to get to an estimate. It's like, yeah, but how do you put a number on the thing? And so I like this thing called planning poker. These are my planning poker cards. I actually have my own merch. Planning poker cards are kind of cool thing that you get, and I'll explain how that works. Has anyone come across planning poker? Anyone heard of it? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you. I'll tell you how it works, and then I'm going to ask you to do something. Right. So these are your planning poker cards. There's 4 different colors. You see, I've got pink, gray, blue, and black. And I'm going to just take the pink ones. Each person gets 1 set of the cards, and on the other side, there's the Fibonacci series. Anyone? The Fibonacci is quite a famous series in maths. In the book, I called it the Avogadro series. That's a complete brain fart. There's no such thing as the Avogadro series. It's the Avogadro number. So like, you can have a little giggle when you hear me say that. I think I corrected it in the audiobook. So you take these numbers, and the whole point of these numbers is they get further apart the bigger they get. So what you do is with your team is you say to them, okay, guys, how long is this going to take? And they each have a pack of these cards. And so we're going to do this thing, and they each take a card, and they go 1, 2, 3, go, and they show the number, the amount of time that they think it's going to take. And all of a sudden, you realize that estimating is a random number generating, a random number generator. Right? Everybody comes up with different numbers. And then you have a discussion. You're like, okay, so what did you said it's going to take 50 hours? Why do you think it's going to take 50 hours? Oh, well, because we have to wait for the thing, and we've got to do this thing with a sign off and whatever. And you said it's going to take 2 hours. Why do you think it's going to take 2 hours? Oh, because we've already got the thing built. It's over here. Look, there it is. Oh, right. Okay, hang on a second. That's useful, right? And now you have a proper discussion. You go again, and we all learn and understand the task a little bit better based on the discussion that we have. And eventually, after 2 or 3 rounds of this, we come to a good estimate of how long we think the thing is going to take as a team. Very, very powerful, very, very simple way of estimating things. And when you think about it, it's when just how different people will estimate things, you realize just how hard it is, and how many projects are just kind of made up. Like the plans are just made up. So when you're estimating things, I do have to call out a big mistake that lots and lots of people make, which is that work effort and duration are different things. The work effort is the amount of actual effort that a task will take. Like if I sit down and work on it, and then I take a break and I work on it a bit more, like how much time am I actually working on it? And the duration is the time from the start of the task to the end of the task. And they're not the same thing. They're very different things. Sometimes they're the same thing. Like this call today has the same work effort for me and duration, right? I started at 10 to 11. We'll finish at whatever time, 12:15, and that's how long it'll be. Work effort and duration are the same, but most of the time they're not the same. Right? Most of the time they are different things. And I'll give you an example. When we have an election, we have ballot counting. Everybody gets together. There's a big pile of ballots that needs to happen. That need to be counted. And there's about 50 hours of work to count there, what we do is we get 50 people together in a room, and we all together go, way, count, and in 1 hour we've got all the ballots counted, right? 50 hours of work, 1 hour of duration. When I paint my kitchen downstairs, which happens about once every 5 years, Eunice goes off. You know the little paint pots, the little tester ones. She gets like 5 of those, and I come downstairs and they're all over the kitchen. I'm like, okay, now I know what I'm doing. Yay. So there's about 15 minutes of grumbling. That doesn't count as work effort or duration. That's just grumbling. That's a separate thing. But what happens after the grumbling is that I'll start putting some masking tape around, and we'll pick a color, and then we'll start getting the first color. But then Saturday morning is like this morning. Like I've got to get Jessica to the Failer, and Sam's got to be up in canoeing up on the canal, and then Thomas has got his match, and there's nothing happening on the painting in the morning. And then around about lunchtime, I probably will get the first coat of paint on. But then in the afternoon, is it Arsenal playing? Did someone say? Like I'll be watching that, right? So and I'll probably have a couple of beers, and I'm probably not going to paint in the evening, so that's not happening. And then tomorrow, I will get my head down and get some painting done, maybe 6 or 7 hours back to back. And so the same thing, like about 50 hours work, might take over 2 weeks of duration to actually complete. They're different things. And if you don't know which one you're talking about when you're estimating something, how on earth can you be estimating it? The difference between work effort and duration is capacity. How much time am I spending, right? 4 people working for 1 hour is 4 hours work, 1 hour duration. 1 person working for 4 hours is 1 hour, is 4 hours work and 4 hours duration. You know, you get it anyway. Okay, so let's do a little demo of this, right? Don't worry about the volunteers. I'm gonna get everybody to put in a number. So we're gonna estimate building a shed, right? So we're gonna build a shed, and one of the tasks is to lay a foundation, a concrete foundation. Okay, and it's 6 feet by 8 feet, and it needs to be about 6 inches deep. Okay, so 3 meters by 5 meters, sorry, and 15 centimeters deep. So I want everybody in the chat to type a number, but don't hit send, right? We're going to keep it secret, right? Like this. It's like you've got a card like this behind. Sorry, it's one of the instruction cards like this behind you, right? Okay, I want everybody on the call to type a number from the Fibonacci series, which is there. Okay, so pick one of those numbers as to how many hours you think it's going to take me to lay the foundation of this concrete shed, or the shed, the concrete foundation of the shed. Okay, everybody choose one of those numbers. You can have a half an hour, a 1 hour, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 25, 50, or 100. Okay, and when you're ready, has everyone typed one in? 1, 2, 3, go. Hit enter. Okay, so let's have a look. So 5, 13, 8, 3, 8, 5, 13, 5, 23, 8. So like 23. So the difference between our estimates, right? The lowest I think is 3 hours. The highest I think is 23 hours, right? I would like to work on Dahlia's team because there's going to be low levels of pressure. I would not like to work on Brian's team because, oh my goodness me, why did you think it's going to only take 3 hours, right? Estimation is a random number, and planning poker is a really good way of dealing with it. Don't forget to work in estimating. Okay, so I'm going to pause there because there is one special extra little thing, and I know I've been talking a bit, so I might just stop for a minute or two and see if there's anybody has any questions about anything so far.
Feels like we're all good, James. I did put a question in the chat. Where'd you get the merch? Where'd you get the merch? James merch?
Connect with me on LinkedIn, and I'll send you a link.
We have a slide. We have a slide on that later, James. That's great.
Yeah,
that's great.
That's good. I thought I saw a hand go up.
Yeah, I thought I seen a hand go up as well, and then it wasn't there for a second. I was just doing a check on a slide in the background that I'm going to use later. But if there is hands or there's any questions, pop them in the chat, folks, and we'll go along.
Yeah. Well, actually, I mean, this just proves a point. Like when you just ask people for questions, they don't come up with them. Like that. All of the people in the world behave the way that you all just behaved when they were asked for a question. Right, and 100% of the people, they don't have a question. Now, when you put them on a spot in front of 12 other people or 15 other people, they go, "Oh, I don't know, I'll ask a question." Right? I'm going to prove a different way of doing it in a minute. Right? So let's talk a bit more then about prioritization, this value and effort prioritization. Right? So we know how to estimate effort, which is with the planning poker cards, but you need to estimate value as well. And this is one of the secrets. We don't have a lot of time to go into this. So you're going to have to trust me a little bit. And when you read the book or attend some of my masterclasses and workshops and things like that, I do go into a lot more detail about how this works. But estimating value is possible and incredibly useful. It's also a little bit difficult. So the point that most people don't bother to estimate value. right? If you read most of the business cases in your organizations, they don't even actually have a business case in them. Like loads of them, they just have like, this is a project. It's like a project kickoff document. It doesn't actually have a value. How much more money are we going to make if we do this thing? I like to estimate business value by comparing apples with apples, right? And the simple way to do that is money, right? Money is a really useful thing that we all understand. And so we can compare this. So let's give you an example, right? We're going to write down, for estimating the business value of something, we're going to write down the thing we want to do and why we want to do it. Then we're going to estimate the value if we're successful. So how much money we're going to make. I like profit, but you can use revenue if you want to. And then if you want to do a sort of multiplier about how likely you are to be successful, then you can do that. And you can do that for all the reasons you think of. The skill here is, just like the planning poker, it's about the transparency of the assumptions that you're making. So a quick and dirty estimate of the value is really, really powerful. So here's an example, right? We're going to do a new report because it's going to save the team time in the onboarding process. It's like in a university. It's going to help us respond to students. It's going to reduce the likelihood of a data breach. And then, so we called out 3 reasons why we're going to do that. One of those reasons is saving time in the call center. And so we can do a calculation on that, right? And it works out. Don't worry, this is in the book if you want to go. I'm not going to spend too much time on the maths, but you can show a calculation as to how we got to this, right? About 50K worth of savings in the call center. But also, we're going to have a reduction in lost student fees that works out about 15K, and we're going to reduce the likelihood of a data breach, which saves us about 6K when we multiply the chances that it's reducing down. And that gives us a business case for this thing that's 70K. Okay, how much does it cost us to do this report? If it's 4K, then it's worth doing. If it's 1.5 million, it's not worth doing, right? Pretty obvious that we can now start to have this conversation. So that is useful. And I'm going to show you how you can build the core of that prioritization into the conversations that you have. We do have to touch back, though, on one of the greatest project management gurus of all time before we do that. Does anyone have any favorite management? I mean, not necessarily project management. There aren't many project management gurus, but management gurus.
Time management, Brian Tracy.
Brian Tracy. I don't know Brian Tracy. I'm going to have to look up Brian Tracy. I love to
Eat that
Brian
frog.
Tracy.
Really, really good.
Brian Tracy. Okay, good. I like John Cotter, Leading Change, really good. Peter Drucker had some really good stuff around efficiency. Stephen Covey's got some great stuff, like the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. I really like this guy. Barley the Bear from the Jungle Book. This guy knows what he's talking about. I believe he's the greatest project management guru of the 20th century and probably of all time. And what he says in his song, The Bare Necessities, he says, when you pick a pawpaw or a prickly pear, if you pick a raw paw, well, next time, beware. Don't pick the prickly pear with a paw. When you pick a pear, try to use the claw. But you don't need to use the claw when you pick a pear with a big pawpaw. And I've been told in no uncertain terms by my wife that I'm not allowed to sing any further than that. That's just the level of singing I'm allowed to go to. So that's the end of that. So let's see, what he's talking about is value and effort and prioritization, right? He talks about this idea of, so a pawpaw is a papaya, big, juicy, yummy thing, break it off the tree, open it up, eat it, yay. Prickly pear, much smaller, much lower value, much harder to do. So pawpaw is high value, low effort, prickly pear, high effort, low value. If you prick a raw paw, if it hurts, if you end up in hospital, learn from that and do something different. Don't pick the prickly pear with a paw. When you pick a pear, try to use a claw. What do I mean by a claw? Escalation for a decision, delegation to someone who has more time, outsourcing, ChatGPT. There's 1,000 ways that we can make things easier for those lower value things that we have to do. You don't need to use a claw when you pick up the big pawpaw. If you're working on the highest value, lowest effort thing in your organization, you'll have all the resources you need. Right? It's massive value to the organization, and you'll just be able to, that gap is big, so you'll be successful. If you can't find those things and you're working here, you need to go and find some more of those higher value things. And if you're working, God forbid, here, expect to get fired. If it takes you more cost than the value you're delivering to deliver something, than the value you're delivering, your job isn't worth having in that organization. Your project isn't worth doing. Your team shouldn't be doing it, right? So you need to tell a story about how you're delivering more value than it costs to be there. And ideally by a massive amount. And that's useful. So learn from Balu. What prickly pears are you picking that are taking a lot of your time and effort, but not necessarily delivering a lot of value? If you have to pick those prickly pears, what clause could you use? And are there any pawpaws out there that you could be picking instead? A lot of organizations, particularly in financial services, has this huge problem around prioritization. Has anyone heard of Moscow prioritization? So Moscow prioritization is this idea that you take your list of all the things that you could do and you allocate them into these kind of categories: must, should, could, and won't. And for me, Moscow prioritization is possibly the most dangerous, stupid, bad, and wrong thing in all companies. It is ridiculous. Let me explain. When you ask everybody to identify all the things that could be done and ask them to categorize them as either a must or a should or a could, people aren't idiots. They know that the coulds definitely aren't happening. The shoulds almost certainly aren't happening. And if they want their thing to happen, they better call it a must. And all of a sudden, you get this behavior forced into your organization. Like, mine's a musty must. Mine's a must thing, so I'm going to call it a must. And I'm important, so you must do my musty must thing, right? And all of a sudden, and you've created this problem, which is a bucket of must. Everything's a must. And you haven't actually prioritized anything. You've just created a bucket of must. And anybody, just by being important and loud and strong, can put something on your plate because they're important and loud and strong. And people can just throw work at you from all directions. And you've no way of managing it if you're using Moscow prioritization. That's really dangerous. So one of my clients, and some of you guys might work for this client, asked me to kind of break down prioritization into like the crawl, walk, run, fly version of this thing, right? How do we prioritize, James? Because it's really hard. Like, and how do we get started? So the crawl version of prioritization is prioritization. What's number one? What's number two? What's number three? What's number four? No equals. Do not allow there to be equal priorities. Some of you are working in organizations where you pretend to do this, right? You've got P1 and there's 6 things in P1, and P2 where there's 15 things in P2, and then P3 where you've got 12 things in P3 and everything else isn't getting done. How do you know which one of the P1 things? What? It's not prioritized. Buckets of must. Whereas if you chose to say, this is number one, this is number two, this is number three, this is number four, then you've got a better discussion. Unfortunately, what happens if you do that on its own is everything gets scope creeped into P1, into the P1 project, right? The P1 project just ends up being, it's the only way to get things done, so you do it. So this is where you now have to get a little bit cleverer about how you're doing your prioritization. All you do is you add some estimates to things, right? How long are things going to take, right? These are all useful things. Great. They're going to take us 2 days. This team has got about 30 days worth of effort that they can put in. These things add up to about 30 days, and you draw a line. Aha, useful. These are the things we are going to do in the next period. These are the things we are not going to do. Is that correct? Deciders, you decide. If you want us to do this upgrade of the CRM system, that means these 5 things probably need to go below the line. Is that correct? You decide. Decisions, right? Governance, wherever that needs to sit, that's where the decision needs to happen. This is powerful. And all of a sudden, instead of everything being a must, you can actually have good discussions about which things are going to be done first. You can still call everything a must if you really want to. I don't really care, right? Now, if you start to add business value to these things, then you can start to use this wonderful thing that you guys love in the Institute of Bankers, return on investment. Aha. And now we're making database decisions about the things that we do. This thing is going to take us 2 days at €1,000 a day. It's got a value of €1,000. Therefore, the return on investment is 50x. It's a brilliant thing. Let's just get it done. These things are all great things. These things are great things. We're just not going to do them yet. Aha, there's some things down here where the return on investment is negative or less than 1. Okay, this thing takes us 10 days at 1,000 euros a day, costs us 10,000 euros. It gives us 9,000 euros worth of business value. It is never worth doing. When we did this at CPL and we started asking people to put business values on their thing, approximately 50% of the work disappeared. It disappeared because it wasn't worth doing. The person who was asking for it couldn't articulate the value well enough to beat the cost it was going to take. And so we were able to not do loads and loads of very difficult rubbish things and do some really, really quite easy good things. Like, for example, the MyCPL app, which still earns CPL millions of euros by putting nurses in hospitals quicker than anybody else can do it. It is incredibly powerful and was a high value, low effort thing that we were able to build. This is awesome. And then the fly version is to do this at different levels of the organization, right? So at the very top level of the organization, you decide what programs to work on. At the next level down within those programs, you decide what projects to work on. And then within those projects, you decide what scope to work on. And each level of the organization can make decisions based on value and effort. These guys are making decisions about what programs to fund. These guys within the program are deciding what projects to do, and within the project, what scope to do. And now we've got decision making at appropriate levels all the way through the organization based on just high value, low effort discussion. And that's powerful. And that's how you can go from having work that can come at you from all angles, anywhere, anybody coming at you, to organized, prioritized, just get on with the highest value, lowest effort thing. And you'll use Scrum or Kanban or something like that to manage it. So we're going to get into Q&A now. I think I've got about half an hour if people are up for doing that for Q&A. We can get started anyway. Before I do that, I just want to mention I am doing some upcoming masterclasses. I'm doing them online every other Friday afternoon. So there's one in a couple of weeks' time on scope management, managing expectations when everything is a must. There's one a couple of weeks after that on 3 types of work: reactive work, proactive work, and planned work, and how to manage those 3 fighting against each other. After that, we're going to get into cut the crap. Most organizations, or a lot of organizations, have far too much project documentation, and how to get rid of some of that and just pull it back down to 3 key documents that are going to be useful. And then in a few weeks' time after that, we're going to be doing one-to-ones and performance management, things like that. So if anybody wants to come along to those, do connect with me on LinkedIn and ask me for the link. The first one is free. So we are charging for them, but the first one, just to get a sense for it, is free. So you get 2 ones for free because you kind of just had this one. So if you'd like to share that, just connect with me on LinkedIn and we'll give you the link, and you and your organizations can come along. So now we're going to do the silent writing thing, and we're going to get some questions. So 2 things I want you to do. First of all, if you want to, connect with me on LinkedIn if you're interested in that stuff. The second thing, most importantly, is I'm going to ask you and again, silent writing, exam conditions, I want to get your questions based on all the things we've talked about so far. What would you like to ask? Anything, right? I'm out there. The IMI have called me Ireland's leading expert in project management. So ask me anything, and I better have a decent answer for it. And while we do that, so don't hit send on your messages until I say so. And while we do that, we can watch the actual video that my brother sent to me while I was in the hospital bed back in 2016.
Look for the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. Forget about your worries and your strife. I mean the bare necessities, Mother Nature's recipes that bring the bare necessities to life. Wherever I wander, wherever I roam, I couldn't be fonder with my big bow. The bees are buzzing in the trees to make some honey just for me. If you look under the rocks and plants and take a glance at the fancy ants and maybe try a few. Oh my God, here he laughs! Oh yeah, and you're gonna love the way they chuckle. The bare necessities of life will come to you. Will come to you.
Very sweet. That was brilliant. Thanks, James. I
Not
was
quite
like, is that your
silent
brother?
writing, but yeah.
That's your brother.
That's my brother and his son, who's the same age as my youngest, Thomas.
Ah, very good. We'll send him our compliments for sure. Brilliant. Okay. Now there is a question in the chat already, but I
So,
know
well,
you.
hang on a second. So let me get this right. So, has everybody got a question? So let's just. This is how you get. So this is one of the techniques I want you to take away. Right, give people 1 minute silent. I shouldn't really play the video. Silent to write the question. I expect everybody on the call, anybody who's not paying attention, fine, you're going to miss it. And those of you that are watching back, you'll have to ask me a question online or something. But for anybody on the call, please do write a question,
Yep.
and then we'll give you. Has everybody got one? Think so? Okay. And then one, two, three, go. Okay. So we start to get a few three through. Okay. Sorry, Carvin, I cut you off there.
No, not at all. No, no, no. I was going to segue in for you, so that's good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah,
Uh,
a few coming through there. So let's get a question from everybody. But James, back to you. You're the master of
yeah.
ceremonies. So, yeah.
So I tell you what, let's give it 30 more seconds because we haven't got everybody yet. Um,
We were busy watching the video,
I know I
so
should have
sorry.
actually done the
Yeah.
silent writing here. That's the first time I've done it with the video playing, and it was like, oh yeah, I've completely ruined my own technique. Never mind. Okay, so I'll just be quiet. I'll be silent for 30 more seconds.
You proved the rule by the exception, James.
Exactly.
That's the point,
Okay,
right?
so I'm going to set a timer and we'll do full silence. Uh, 30 more seconds. Okay, that's the time. So everybody now hit send on your question and we'll get into them. So Sylvia, looks like your question came in first. Do you want to kick us off?
Hi, thank you. Sure. Yeah, I was just wondering your view on because you described about working on low effort, low value, and sorry, high value, sorry, high effort, low value, and low effort, high value. But I was just wondering, what if you're working on high value and high effort?
Yeah,
What should be your strategy? Yes, thanks.
yeah. So it's relative value, right? It's return on investment is what counts. So as long as the value is higher than the effort, the thing is probably worth doing. If they're really, really close, it's definitely less worth doing than like things that are lower effort and higher value. Even if I mean it's relative, it's the comparison between the two that you use to make decisions. And essentially that's just return on investment, right? That's something that everybody in financial services understands, but it's just a slightly different way of thinking about it because you've got control over probably both of those things, but certainly the effort that you expend on a thing and the value of the thing. And what I find is really, really useful is having the conversation, separating the two things out because they're not the same, right? They're just different things. Having the conversation about how much effort something's going to take and having the conversation about how much value it brings and using that to help us decide. What we're looking for is not you against me, right? We don't want your thing against my thing and we're both clashing. We want you and me against the problem. How are we solving the equation of how we expend the resources of the organization? And transparently putting your assumptions and being really clear about how you've estimated the value and the effort on these things is useful for that discussion. It takes a lot of the politics out. Good stuff. Okay, Nada. Am I saying that correctly? No.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. My name is
Ah,
Netherlands. This is right.
Nada.
The
Hey.
priority part that you're describing, I believe it is same like Pareto, but it is in different format, or you can say a newer version.
So Pareto is the 80/20 rule, right? And you're kind of right, but I think this is better,
Yeah,
right? Pareto is an observation that lots and lots of the value comes from a small amount of the effort, but it's not necessarily like what it kind of says is get rid of it's saying the same thing, but it's not necessarily giving you the mechanism for actually deciding where the highest value, lowest effort things are. So this is just that it's kind of a build on that to pull it out and say, well, let's understand the value of these things and let's understand the effort of these things and let's just actually go about that process of ranking them and deciding what we choose to do. So you're right, there is a huge amount of overlap with Pareto, but I don't necessarily think that 80, I think 80/20 is a heuristic, like it's a useful way of talking about things. Actually, like sometimes you're getting loads of value from the 82nd percentile, sorry, what is it, 78th percentile thing, right? And it's still worth doing, right? So 80/20 is just a heuristic. It's just it sometimes falls into that thing. And I think you can keep going down that list until you run out of capacity. And I think that's useful.
thank you.
Good stuff. Okay. Laura.
Hi there.
Hi.
Thank you. My question was just a little bit about the sequencing. So you have scenarios where you as a PM are told we need to make a change. And my question is a little bit about where it's best to kind of place yourself as a PM. So is the value argument, which where you're kind of ranking and trying to make a decision about what to do, is that typically in your experience enough to convince the leadership to champion the project? Or would you already anticipate having the leadership kind of approving the need to change, which therefore makes the value argument an awful lot stronger because you're already giving them option one, two, and three with about something that they want to do. So just yeah, in your experience, because I've been in both sides and I've been in very murky, fuzzy lines between where the exec team start and end and where the independent kind of special projects team deliver. So yeah, I was just wondering whether you feel that that's which is a stronger position to be in, or should you push for one position over the other?
So the person who wants the thing is the person who should define the value of the thing, right? So if someone's coming saying, I want this, and they say, make a business case for it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Like, I'll help you make a business case for it, but I'm not gonna, like, that's your thing. If you want it, you have to make the business case for it. And the way that you do that without being rude is you say, oh yeah, why? Why is this value? So the word is not no, it's not how, it's why. And we when we did this in CPL, I set up a training course, like a half-hour session, to actually go through the calculation with people, and I called it "How to Articulate the Business Value of an IT Change" because I like a catchy title for a training course. And what we did is we brought people in who wanted things from the IT team. And I was like, okay, great, yes, it sounds exciting. Why is this good? Oh, well, we need this report because it's going to save, like, oh, expenses are really annoying and they take me ages to do, and I'm really it's take me 2 hours, like when I do these expenses, and you must make it easier for me. I'm like, okay, great, yeah, sounds really interesting. Why? Okay, well, because that's going to save me like time. Like, okay, great. How much time? It's going to save me like an hour every time I do my expense report. Okay, is it every time you do expense report, or is it because you're saving them all up and doing your expense reports once every 6 months? Oh yeah, okay. And is it everybody that's going to save the time, or is it just you? Well, it's me because I do a lot of conferences, and like that guy over there who does lots of conferences. Okay, so we're going to save you and that guy 1 hour each every 6 months. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay, interesting, right? So your time is valuable, like really valuable. It's worth like 200 quid an hour. Amazing, you're great, right? So now every year we're saving whatever that is, 400, 800 euros a year. This report costs us 10,000 euros to do. Should we do it?
Yeah.
Disappears. Disappears. And all you've done is have a conversation about why. And you've done it nicely by helping them to think it through.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that pushback is my question on in your experience, where does that, because I've been there where it's been like, go and find a fund admin, and you're like, why? What, and what are your success metrics? And then obviously when you get into the value chain, a lot of the work can be either not needed, not relevant, because they can't articulate what they're trying to achieve out of it. So I just wonder, just interesting to see where that role of PM can be, like you said, that challenger in the beginning, or on the,
So
or is there strength at the value end? But I think your point is, I understand what you're saying. It's challenge it back at the beginning, and then
I wouldn't use the word challenger.
mm,
I'd use the word coach. Hey, sounds great. Let me under so that I can do this really, really well. Help me understand why it's good. Okay. And if you don't understand why it's really, really good, keep asking until you understand either why it's really, really good, and then you can create the business case, or they understand why it's not. And then you put it into your prioritized list. Okay, great. So we've got this thing, it's relatively high value and quite low effort, but I've got all these other things that are going to take time. Where does it fit on the prioritized list? Is it above all these things, in which case something else is going to drop off the bottom, or is it near the bottom, in which case it's not going to get done? And you use that to have the conversation. It's just a prioritization discussion. It's not you against me, it's you and me against the problem.
How do you manage tiebreakers, James? Just as a kind of little follow through for maybe for Laura. So, when you've got 10 things and they all look the same, they're all in the same territory and you've only got capacity for seven. How do you I mean, I thoughts, but I'd love to hear how
Yeah.
you
Well, this is 100%. So there are no tiebreakers. There are no ties, right? Because if you actually put a business value on these things, there's nothing that is exactly 104,312 euros and takes 12,000 euros to do. Sorry, there is one of those, but there's not two of them, right? So things naturally go right now. This is a heuristic. Again, it's a useful way of showing the thing, and then the decider decides, right? If they want to overrule all this calculation and say, yes, still do my thing first, that's fine. That's their decision. That's what the CEO does. When we did this in CPL, we had lots of different organizations within it's a quite complex group, and some of them compete with each other. And so one company, I want my thing and I want my thing. I was like, right. So I went to Anne, who was the CEO, and I said, if we can't decide amongst ourselves which thing goes above which thing, can we come to you for a decision? And she said, yes, James, of course. I'm the CEO. That's my job. That's essentially what I do every day. Of course, that's what we'll do. And so we did that. So I told people, if we can't decide amongst ourselves here which thing goes above which thing in each sprint, then we'll go to Anne. Do you know how many times we had to go to Anne in 3
Nobody wants
years
to
of
go
doing
to
this? Not one single
You don't want to
time.
go to Anne, trust me.
Nobody wants to go to Anne, right? Everyone likes
No.
Anne, but nobody
Maybe
wants to
just
go, my
go.
thing is more important than your thing, and no, we can't decide. What? No, we're grown-ups. Let's just have a conversation about it, right? And make some good decisions.
Yeah,
And the
really
other
good.
interesting thing is people then start to do clever things about increasing the value of the thing by including other people or expanding out to a wider group of, cohort, or making it easier by taking out the difficult bit of scope. That's exactly the behavior we want, right? That's exactly the behavior we're looking for, which is to try and make all the things we do as high value and as low effort as possible.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
how you make an efficient organization. It's very simple, but
Spot on. Sequencing, scope, all those things are all smart. Brilliant. I'm
thank you.
conscious of time. Brian doesn't have audio, but he's put a question in, and his question. So let me articulate it maybe the way I think what it is, which is when the hippo or the hippos when they
yeah,
when they take over. I mean, this is kind of just more kind of managing the room question, I think. When how do you manage the room to make sure you get all the voices in when there's that kind of heuristic, or when there's that behavioral psychology going on where people don't feel they can speak up or they can counter views, because it's a really important skill, isn't it, for project managers, to be able to kind of manage equilibrium in a room. I think that's the question that Brian's asking. It's a really good
yeah.
question.
And it feels almost impossible
Yeah.
until you realize it's trivially simple. All you do is say, hey, I was reading this guy's book the other day, and there's a thing on page 40 called the silent writing technique. I just want to try it. Right? Here's some post-it notes. We're just going to spend 5 minutes at the beginning of the meeting. Everybody write down your ideas. Okay. And it's nobody pushes back on this. Not a single person will ever say, no, I just want to talk for that 5 minutes while I'm not allowing everybody else to write down their. It's not pushbackable against. So you just say, okay, guys, we're just going to do this thing. It's only 5 minutes. And then all of a sudden these things appear in the room and they're safe. It's such a simple way to unlock it. In the
Right.
book, I describe a thing called lean coffee, which is a great way of having discussions around this stuff. We've talked about planning poker and the save technique as well. Each of these, they're slightly different. They're used in different situations, but they're just tactics, and anybody can do them. I think that's the strength of them.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Yeah. Big thumbs up from Brian. Nice one.
Good stuff.
Right,
Okay,
James.
Bob.
Yeah, forgive me. I didn't phrase the question as well as I wanted to, because I'm not the best under time under time restraints, and I have so
Got
many
a minute.
thoughts. Yeah. I have so many thoughts. You've hit on so many things, and I just have to be quiet because I will go on. I love the thing about prioritizing. If you don't prioritize, someone else will. I thought of email straight away. I think that's the big elephant in the room that no organization actually seems to want to address. But when I was talking to Jack in our little breakout, he was saying some things which were really getting me going as well. But around culture, and so when I think of agility, and you speak with these people who are agile experts, scrum masters, and black belts, and all these things they talk about. They're like IT technicians who put everyone off. Stop with the lingo and just talk to us about your ideas. But so organizations like my one, the ones that I work with, they love the terms. And maybe they relate to the concepts, but the reality of what they do is everything is waterfall, I suppose. Lots of sign-offs, lots of heavy lifting to get things done. So I don't know. Have you even a couple of thoughts on maybe how to influence an agile culture? And I know you break that down in 30 seconds, or even any references, because I'm struggling.
Yeah, it's what I do. So the whole reason I position myself as Ireland's leading expert in project management, I think I've got a reasonable claim to it now, having spoken to thousands of people about this stuff, and the kinds of the level of the people I train are very often very experienced people who are coaches and scrum masters and things like that, and very senior people. The reason I position myself because it's very hard to do that and land those points internally. The whole point of writing a book is so I can say, look, I wrote a book. Yeah, I'm really clever. Right. And then maybe people will listen to me. Right. So it is hard to do what you're doing. And it takes, like, there's Garvin and I were talking about, if you heard the story, there's like a problem in a power plant and they've had everybody in and they can't fix this problem with the power plant. It's really frustrating, right? They can't get it fixed. Everybody's had a go and they bring in the world's expert in power plant fixing. And he comes in and he just walks around the plant and he walks over, he just goes, turns one little valve, done. And he presents his bill and it's like $100,000. And the guy goes, $100,000? All you came in to do, and you just turned $100,000 to turn one. Yeah, it's like $1 to turn the thing. 999,000, sorry, 99,999 to know which thing to turn. Right. And that is the skill, right? It is hard. And a lot of those agile scrum masters and those people who know this stuff, they are really good, but they're missing the fact that they're often operating in a flipping waterfall environment where a risk log is an important thing, right? An audit are looking for your risk log. And if you're just doing scrum, there's no risk log. So they don't know how to use a risk log. They haven't learned that. For me, if you need a risk log, write a risk log, right? It's okay, right? And I think you can play. I think that's why I talk about this idea of toolbox. So some of my clients I work very closely with, and it's like, okay, we're going to put pretty vanilla Scrum in, but we also need a status report and a steering meeting, right? And that just makes sense. And now and guess what? They need a Gantt chart. Somebody needs a Gantt. Okay, well you can write a Gantt chart with sprints on it. It's not that hard. It's just a flipping 1, 2, 3, right? What's in sprint 1? Well, there's the backlog. That's what's in sprint 1. It's not that hard once you're confident. Now, the trouble is internally, unless you're and I haven't been the boss. It was easy for me in CPL. I was the expert and the CIO, so I could do that. But now people kind of bring me in to have those conversations and do the training and get. There is a journey for it. So buy everyone a copy of the book and start from that. or ping me and I'll come in and help the guys.
You're very bold. You're very bold. One of the best ways, and there are many ways. Just if it's worth adding in, James, give you a moment as well. Sprint zeros. probably for me is giving people safe territory to go and try, and then helping in the sprint zero for people to co-create actually what agile means, and making it just so simple, and kind of breaking it down to three or four or five things, which is, look, instead of handing a project from one department to another to get things done, what we're going to do is just get everyone in the room for a week. We're going to get you just to work to see if the sum of the parts is better and quicker and faster. Giving them, then help them say, to get something big done is sometimes very hard to do in 2 weeks. So let's, you guys prioritize what might be the, and back to your effort impact, what might be the most impactful, with least effort thing you could do. Getting people just to almost figuring it out for themselves in a sprint zero, James, I found to be very useful. I don't know if you've come across that.
Yeah, I'd say it slightly differently. Just get started. So I've done this top down in some big organizations,
Yeah.
and I've done it bottom up in others. Right. The whole point of a lot of these ideas is they just work.
Yeah.
And they stand alone. You don't have to do like cultural change is really, really hard.
Yeah.
But culture is just behavior times a million. Behavioral change is really, really hard when it's other people. It's actually quite easy to change your own behavior. Right. So all you do is just write down your list. I've got a nice little YouTube video that I can, LinkedIn video that I can share, which is like the 1 minute version of my whole training course. But basically, write down the list of all the things that you're doing, and then prioritize them and show it to your boss, and then draw the line. And this is where I run out of capacity. Which one should I do, right? And make a decision. So it's such a simple thing that you can just get them to make a decision, and they don't mind making decisions because they like making decisions. It makes them feel powerful, and it's good.
Yeah, good call. Nice. Probably time for one more, James, if that works.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Jack.
I think with Jack was the last one anyway. Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, thanks, James. Appreciate that. I might rephrase the question slightly because I think, have sort of answered it actually in responding to Bob's. But I was thinking of this more in the context of what you said at the very start, in that the project you were working on was perhaps starting out as waterfall, and then you realized it maybe needed to shift because you were getting a lot of change requests or things like that coming in. Really, I just curious on how, are there other factors or elements that you would use to identify when you're working with people, what do they actually need here? Is it a waterfall, agile, or a hybrid, or what kind of approach? And how would, is there a way that you'd identify or means to, let's say, prevent the need to shift between, or them as the project evolves?
Yeah. So I would be really, really clear. No project should be 100% Prince 2. No project should be 100% vanilla Scrum. No program should be 100% scaled agile framework, right? Methodologies and frameworks are useful things. Your organization is different and your project is different. This is where the skill of the toolbox. So every project is agile, all of them, right? They all need you to understand. Sometimes we need a Gantt chart, sometimes we need a thing, and sometimes we need to have a toolbox approach and look at where you're starting in your organization. They have big financial institutions, which I think most of you guys work for, have stuff in place, right? You've got PMOs and all these kind of things, right? So I wouldn't be railing against those and changing them. I'd be operating within those structures that are already there. I can come in and change them. That's part of what I do with a lot of organizations, is to come in and help them to cut the crap, is one of my masterclasses, right? Get rid of a load of the noise that's not adding value, or put some extra structure and transparency that's going to add value. But it's very difficult for each individual or project manager to do that. So build a toolbox of skills and ideas. And one of those is a prioritized list. And one of them is a save technique. And one of them is planning poker and lean coffee and all these different things that I talk about. And none of them actually aren't allowed in any of the structures that you're talking about. If you're pure Prince 2, you can still do iterations of design. It's okay. It's allowed. Prince 2 is not against that, right? It's just they didn't realize that should be a thing that they teach. So they didn't teach it. Fine. They've taught whatever they've taught. This thing, and you can do some design sprints, and it's fine. So I would be quite strong about building my own capabilities and using the skills and the techniques and approaches inside the context of whatever structure I have to deliver the project.
Great.
Thank you.
Well, good check. Lovely. James, you're the man. You have been wonderful this morning. Yeah, seriously, you have. You've been absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. Let me share my screen if that's okay, just for a moment. Yeah, brilliant stuff. Thank you so much for giving up your Saturday morning. I had the pleasure of being there with you on the journey.
Introduced me, in
Back in the
fact.
days, yeah, I introduced you for the book, and the book has been wonderfully successful. But you've been wonderfully successful, and the book has just been your way to kind of look in the mirror for other people to see what's going on. And you're a wonderful storyteller, and it's brilliant to have you with us this morning. So, and I'm proud to have been on that journey. I took a snapshot of that as you were going along, and I just put it in the slides just to remind people of what's coming up. And I know if you go on the site, I know you can get the audiobook for free. I don't know if that's still the same right link, etc., etc. James, but ultimately,
I have it in a
yeah,
slide actually. Sorry, I should have. I'll
yeah,
throw that up there. It's up there on Spotify and Apple Podcasts as a
cool,
podcast.
cool.
So if you want to buy it, it's on Audible, but you can
Yeah.
actually just get the same thing on Spotify as well. So
Okay, so Spotify's the place to go. But I think you're saying to everybody, just come see me on LinkedIn and talk to me. And I know loads of people do as follow-ups. Hopefully you found that really useful, everybody. I always find it just great to stop, pause, listen to James, because you could just come with a lovely way to share practical, cut through reality, and it's wonderful to hear. Really appreciate it, and it's important. I mean, we're on this journey around digital transformation. Everybody in digital transformation is a project manager, because it's about getting stuff done. It's not about transformation theater. It's not about wishful thinking and nice words and PowerPoints. The art and the measure of success is about execution. In the afternoon, we're going to get into how do you execute, multiple projects of different styles, make shapes all together, and that's the ambidexterity thing. But it is all built on the basics and the solid foundations of getting things done, and that's done typically through projects, through planning, through discipline, through structure, through facilitation, and through those managing through heuristics, which is a really important part of it as well. Because if you don't get stuff done, transformation's a sham, as the little picture says down there. So I think it's time to let James go for a coffee. You've been wonderful to be with us. We'll find out everyone go for a coffee, but I'm sure you'll all want to give James your virtual and physical round of applause before he goes. So yeah, well done. We're getting those around the table. James, thanks for being with us.
thanks very much for having me. That was fun, and hopefully I'll connect with some of you guys, and we can do more things in the future. And if you know anybody in your organization who you think would benefit from understanding some of this stuff, maybe ping them on the details as well.
Brilliant. Okay, super
Thanks,
stuff.
everyone.
James, have a great one. Thanks for being with us. Okay, everyone. Do we want to take I feel we probably just need a quick bio break. Will we take a quick break for 10? And we'll get everybody back in seat then. So it is now 12:16. Let's get back at 12:25. Give us 9 minutes. Is that okay, everyone? See you in 9 minutes. Brilliant.
Thank
Lovely.
you.
Talking on. Right. Okay, everybody, it is 25 past 12. How quick the time goes. I hope you can all hear me and see me. Great. So I am going to hit record again. Brian, thumbs up. Thank you very much. Brilliant. Welcome back, everybody. Nader, wonderful. Thank you. And also for your private messages that are coming around as well. Bob, it's nearly kickoff time, so we'll grab you for what attention we can, which is wonderful. Welcome back, everybody. Great to see you. James, cool, isn't he? I hope you liked him. Feels as if he resonated with you from your questions and your engagements. And I always enjoy just the way he kind of simplifies things, but kind of has a lot of cut through. And back to that point about everybody in digital transformation is a project manager because it's about getting stuff done. And that's kind of the small stuff. So we want to move on to some of the big stuff, if that's okay. So I'm kind of making a couple of little notes as we go along here because some of you have been kind of messaging me either on WhatsApp or in the chat, and keep doing that. But so I'm going to create. So what is that about? Because you're going to check in with me on a couple of things. So somebody said maybe you can give us a little bit more on the CA1 feedback. So I can't give you. I'm not going to dare try and give anybody an individual bit of feedback, but maybe I can give you some general themes. So let me do that. Let you know I have uploaded all the slides for the remainder of this module. So for the next 3 sessions, when you were at the start of James's session, I uploaded all the slides. So all the slides for this module are now in IOB Learn. So under the various different racks that they have for them. So you can go and look them in there, and that'll give you a chance to look through stuff in advance. There was a question about maybe I might have a chat with you about if people are interested in making career moves either into digital transformation or maybe into AI, that we might discuss that. So I'm really happy to discuss that later on. So there's probably just a couple of discussion points coming up. And as I said to you at the start, I'm really happy to, keep a bit of allocate a bit of time in the afternoon, right? So we'll cover those off. So maybe I'll do the same as James has suggested. Pop the thoughts, questions, any topics you might just find useful for you that maybe other people might find useful as well. Pop them in the chat. I'll note them down here, and we'll make sure we get a little bit of time before we go to cover them off, if that sounds okay with everybody. Everybody good with all that? Everybody doing okay so far? Anything anybody wants to check in on now before we belt forward? All good. Everybody okay? Yeah, looking so far. We're all good. Okay, I'll keep going. Great. Shout if you want. Hopefully you found the speed dating exercise fun, and you got a chance to just share some thoughts, but also maybe check out a few questions that you might have had. I'm not gonna pause and go back. We probably spent a little bit longer with James than I thought we would, but I thought there was gold, so we'll let that go. So hopefully you've enjoyed those chats. If there's anything from those chats that might be useful, again, just for us to talk about in general, and a good question to put forward, please do put that forward. What I'm going to do is jump into our content and try and get you safely to a break in half an hour to 40 minutes, in around that kind of time frame. Okay, so if we can do another half an hour, maybe 40 minutes, we're going to try and keep it closer to half an hour, cover some good content, get you to some lunch, and then get you back and get you into some exercises. I think that's what I'd like to try and do, if that sounds okay. So I hope you're getting a chance to look at the pre-reading. As I've promised, we will kind of, I'll use it to help our sessions as we go through that now. Do give me feedback on the pre-reading as well, whether you're finding it useful. If you're struggling to get access to it, let me know as well. But I do try and summarize it in the content and in everything that we do. One of them is to have a check-in on the Future 50. It's a nice little ranking of the organizations that are based on Fortune's kind of evaluation of organizations that look to be preparing themselves for the future. Because look, that's what we're trying to do in this module. Talk about how we build capabilities to prepare to execute for the future. So that's always worth just a little look at, but I wouldn't spend too long at it. But you think you can get in and see some of the organizations and so on. What I am interested in doing is just sharing some of the perspectives from this. It's a 2018 very deep analysis that McKinsey did. And while it's 7-8 years ago, I've worked in digital transformation for over 20 years. It still, for me, really rings true what's emerging and what it tells us. Because they talk to thousands of organizations to try and identify the best practices which will drive transformation towards a success rate of 70-80%. They're probably not any more successful than that, as they say, but certainly significantly up from the 30% for unprepared transformation efforts. I mean, the highest level they talk about, having, the right digital savvy leaders in place. That's why we do this program, building the capabilities for the future workforce. That's why we do this module, empowering people to work in new ways. That's why we have the likes of James in. That's why we're going to spend the whole Saturday working on culture and so on. Giving people day-to-day tools, digital upgrade. Tuesday we'll talk about technology. So empowering the organization to empower its strategy, to empower its market is the critical piece around that. And the importance of communication and frequency of communication and using digital methods to do that, to become digital storytellers on the inside, so can become digital storytellers on the outside. I mean, that's kind of a big super summary. But if we kind of click through, some of the key findings in the analysis, they kind of measure successful versus unsuccessful digital transformation and kind of show the very practically the practices of thrivers. And if I use that kind of term again, and that idea of an aligned leadership team or management team with a change story for transformation, like really clear narrative. That's why in the assignments and in some of the feedback that I'll be giving you, I'll be really saying to you, be sharper about articulating your story in assignment two. I really going to get you to work on that one. I'll explain that later. This idea of digital tools to make information more accessible across organizations. That idea of being digital on the inside. I mean, there's nothing worse than being analog on the inside and trying to be digital on the outside. It's possible to do it. Do you know what I mean? You've got to be your own best user, your own best customers. You got to be leading the charge on the inside with using means to communicate, means to collaborate, and means to coordinate. Really, really important. And that links to the next point about self-service technology on the inside, creating urgency for transformation changes. I mean, creating that necessity, creating that energy in the organization is critical. Why? Because the world is getting faster. James said it, I said it, etc., etc. If things are moving fast and getting faster, you need to create the urgency for the organization to move at a new pace, at a new speed. Making sure that people are engaged, and that people understand the necessity for the crowd to work together, and working on engineering. And we're going to spend a day on the next workshop on Saturdays talking about culture and talking about creating the conditions, but just connecting people. That's back to the narrative, and it's back to the importance of collaboration. But then it's not all cultural. We've got to be quite technical. So putting in place SOPs, standard operating procedures, to include new technology, so you can tell people what you want them to do, but we've got to write it down and give people playbooks. So the importance of really being technical, and really making sure that people have that kind of those structures and that kind of guidance to go to when they need it. Why? Because a lot of this is new for people. So that's why we get James, and that's why people like James write books. That's why I write books, etc., etc. That's why we write these kind of slides, is to give ourselves the touchstone to go back to and remind ourselves of what needs to be done, the importance of experimentation, and the importance of creating the environment where people can challenge the status quo. Some of those techniques that James talked about are just really techniques to bring people into conversations constructively, so that they can ask the right questions. And challenging, is everyone's challenged by challenge, right? So it's about making sure that we frame this it's about asking smart questions. That's what I think is kind of really important for us to think about. And then get people involved in designing what needs to be changed, and in designing the design of transformation. Almost again, I think I'm really struck by what James was talking about, the prioritization, and we can go to Anne, or we can figure it out ourselves, and people typically figure it out themselves. That's what agile is about. It's about creating teams and an environment where people together can figure out the best thing to do and how to do the best thing. So really important as well. And then making sure that senior managers collaborate across business units. There's nothing worse than going into an organization. Lots of organizations ask me in and they say, Garvin, can you just tell us how we're doing here? And I go in and I meet the COO, and the COO has a strategy that's heading west. And I go and talk to the commercial director, and the commercial director has a strategy that's heading east. And then I go and talk to the risk folks, and they're down south. And then I go and talk to the CEO, and the CEOs, they're up well north, and so on and so forth. If the thing ain't joined up, it's ripping apart at the seams, and the organization will too, and its people will too, and so on and so forth. So I think if you do get a chance to read this report, because this is not new news, it's old news, unfortunately. But, a bit like James is telling us, like project management has been around for some time. The importance is to find and cut through and get down to to that kind of common denominators of what turns the dial. And even just across that page are some of the key pieces. Now, there are other important pages that kind of double click in. There's one that talks about just the importance of digital technologies, tools, and methods used by the organizations, and it just shows, maybe where people master technologies and methods, they tend to do better, right? So the importance of capability, the importance of the stuff that we talk about in this module, it is this, they are, and we haven't talked about technologies. Yes, we'll do that on Tuesday, but the importance of everybody. If you want an organization that's a digital organization, everybody has to be fluent in digital technologies. If you want to be an intelligent organization with AI, everybody needs to be fluent. I mean, I've sat at boards, I've sat at management teams, I've sat with teams, and they said, Garvin, help us. How do we become AI leaders? And then I say to them, how many of you use AI? And you often get lots of blank faces. And you say, there is no way that you can be AI leaders if you're not using AI. So let's come back and have the conversation about how do you be AI leaders when everybody's using AI. How do we use AI? Well, then you're getting onto the right question. And the importance, and particularly at more senior levels of the organization, um, of getting people to use the technologies in their own work, and to be asking their own questions of their own briefs for how can technology help them. That for me is just really what's behind this slide, and I couldn't underpin the importance of that. The importance of HR strategies, as I say, we're going to spend a whole Saturday on this, but the importance of, enterprise-wide, workforce planning, talent development, so it's easy for me, yes, to say, well, go and use AI. I say that because that's just the starting point. Because once you get to the starting point, then you'll figure out what you don't know. Figuring out what you do know and can know, through trial and error is really important. Then typically you start figuring out what's the coaching programs, what's the leadership development programs, and then you'll start figuring out it's actually not the technologies. It's how you think about applying the technologies to the work and to the value that you're trying to unlock. But you kind of can't get to understand how to use the technologies unless you understand the technologies. So people have to understand the technologies, what they know and what they don't know. And as they're understanding technologies in parallel, they need to be really working super hard, really where the magic happens, on how to use the technologies and where to apply it and how to add value and so on and so forth. So skills building really important, how to use the technologies, then coaching and learning how to work together to use the technology to unlock value. Really, really, really critically important behind the transformation effort. And here it's just some of the success rates. The difference is 2x, it's 3x, difference in terms of results for organizations that are implementing digital tools, setting up those business procedures for innovation, creating a narrative and creating, ubiquitous information about what's working, what's not working, putting, network, putting teams together, creating the environment for collaboration. You can read all that there before you. But the kind of things that we're talking about, the importance of knowing and not knowing, and putting plans in place to how to get to know what technology can be used where, and then the skills and the aptitudes to know how then to look at your work and apply technologies to your work to create value, make value, to defend value, is critically important. And so much is going to be behavioral. And as I say, we're going to spend lots of time on that. And the change story is, like, I couldn't underestimate the importance of the narrative for creating a compelling vision, and then working perpetually, relentlessly around understanding the change curve that the organization is going to attempt to go through, and helping the organization, which is the people in the organization, to adjust, to learn how to experiment, to fail, to feel that failure is good. All these kind of things that just recalls for a constant connection with and calibration of messaging and of engagement from leaders to make sure that the organization feels safe, it feels cared for, it feels understood, because change is a challenge for everybody. Change is just it is challenging. We all know that. I think, understanding that, but then engineering with narratives, communications, and engagement to really help the organization to shift through the change journey. Because if the organization isn't changing, the strategy won't be executed, and the customer and the market won't feel the value of it. So the magic's on the inside to create the magic on the outside. So that criticality of engagement and clarity, really, really, really important as well. And you can't just do one or two of those things. You've got to do loads of them together. Again, another great McKinsey study, and it kind of shows that the more frequently and the more of these kind of success factors that you do together at the same time, that's what creates, the winners from the losers. This one talks to just about the economic performers, who execute, and adjust their strategies at a faster frequency than everybody else. So that idea of, perpetually, frequently, using customer data, time to learning about digital technologies, sharing test and learn findings across the organization, which is a core part of that narrative, that communication, that engagement that I talked about. So you can see, the frequency and the delta between the winners and those that are not winning, all other respondents. So frequencies are really important. There's another really good article that I shared with you. Like, again, it's been around for a good few years, but it's, again, it really rings true. It's from BCG, and they talk about, let me go to it. They talk about, like, 6 things that leading organizations just do that increase the transformation odds. That's how the article and the work and the analysis, and I've seen the deep analysis behind it, how they increase the transformation odds from this idea of between 30 and 80%. Defining overarching vision and purpose, like, and perpetually communicating that. It's a very aspirational thing. Embedding digital in the overall business strategy so that everyone needs to be digital, everyone needs to be applying it. Aligning leaders on a change agenda, that prioritization around a roadmap. What are we going to do first, next? We're going to be doing that stuff in the afternoon. Making sure that there's value metrics and dynamics. James really brought that out around the importance of driving and drilling into assumptions and getting down to what are the things that will shift the needle the most, that will be easiest for us to do. That helps the roadmaps, obviously, but making sure that everything is a business case and nothing is theater. And then ensure there's a really clear tech and data strategy that sits behind everything. So, again, good summary of, the kind of big themes that need to be managed. But if we go back a second, the other important thing is it's not just the frequency, it's the combination. Because the BCG findings said, if you want to get your odds for success up to 80, 90, maximum threshold, you need to be doing all these things in concertina. Not just doing one of them, it's not just two of them. You do one or two, you'll have some success. If you do 3 or 4, you'll have more success. But if you manage to do all these things in concertina, that's what gets your success rate up to the maximum threshold. And that's why I'm kind of sharing with you the McKinsey material kind of really breaks it down. It's based on fact. Organizations who have been successful, understanding the practices, the things that they do, and then the frequency at which to do them. So doing the right things very frequently and making sure that you, in concertina, do them synchronously. That's at the heart. And that's why we talk about ambidexterity. And that's why we will move for the afternoon into the complications of road mapping. It can be done. It has been done. There's loads of organizations that have been super successful. There are many that haven't. And what we do is we learn from the ones that haven't, and we put ourselves on a trajectory to make sure we know what will give us the best opportunity to move forward. Does that make sense to everybody? Everyone doing okay? Yeah. Again, just trying to make a complex thing as simple as I possibly can. So the pre-reading was all about just kind of sharing that with you. Can I again just take a couple of minutes to talk to you about a thing called vitality? Again, BCG framed this about 7 or 8 years ago when I started to hear about it first. Um, uh, and I was intrigued because I had been through a number of transformations myself. I'm going to share with you a transformation story, I think, in the afternoon. To kind of bring some of this all to life, my own experience. But I was intrigued about this idea of vitality. This was one of the pre-reads as I recall. And if you do get a chance, there's a really good article that's worth reading. But let me give you the summary. Let me give you the key messages from it, right? And the philosophy around vitality is that oftentimes in business and in life, the most common used metrics for success, in a business, that's market growth or share or profitability, right? You're looking back, you're measuring what has happened. Okay. And of course, rightly so, we should measure what has happened. But because things are changing so fast in the environment around us, and because all the things that you need to do are so new to us, measuring what's been done is maybe not the right place to start. So therefore, what organizations need to think about doing is looking at the present to understand, are the things that they're doing now and the things that they want to do next, do they believe that they are the things that are necessary, that when they measure them in the future looking back, they'll be the things that are going to move the needle. This is quite a big shift for organizations. Most organizations, most dashboards, most boards I work with, executives I work with, leaders like you that I work with, we all have backward-looking measures, what we call lag measures. Okay, some of us have lead measures. And when we meet the next Saturday, I'm going to kind of show you an idea of OKRs that many organizations are starting to use now, objectives and key results, about how do you think about leads and lags, or inputs for outputs. It's a really simple way to think about it. And the idea here is organizations, because the world is moving quicker and so many things that we're trying to do are newer, that we need to spend more time looking at engineering and measuring the input factors so that we can be more sure of the output factors, if that makes sense. And earlier on in the McKinsey and the BCG stuff, I'm kind of giving you the input levers. So better tools, better communication, better understanding, better prioritization. If you're measuring those things, you're much more likely to measure profit, market share, business growth as an outcome. So inputs versus outcome. And the very essence of being a company that manages its vitality is all about focusing on what we're doing now and building confidence that that's going to create results down the road. It's really simple when you kind of think about it like that, but it's not how our organizations are engineered in the main. Okay. But my general finding is that we don't find that. And look, there's lots of really nice graphs and so on and so forth that show that the organizations who invest in the capabilities and measuring what they're doing today for future value are the ones that have the much greater performance. So, kind of proves itself empirically when they do the numbers. Does that make sense to everybody? Anybody want to check in on any questions with that? Are we doing okay with time? Yep, we are. So, why am I sharing that with you? I'm sharing that with you on the basis that we need to start thinking about measuring the things that we're doing today, as well as the things we've done. That's part of the ambidexterity, right? We also need to then think about what again BCG term about thinking biologically, and this is a kind of another kind of aspect of ambidexterity. And this is around let me go. Yes, this is the one I want to share with you. Apologies, using the wrong one. This is the idea that you can't just though focus on measuring and wholly doing the things that you need to do now for the future, because you've got an enterprise to run, you've got commitments that you've already made to your customers, you've got operations, you've got people that you need to pay, etc., etc., right? So that then presents a dynamic where you need to have duality. And the idea that is then emerging around ambidexterity is that you need to be constantly super smart about driving performance today and improving your business as it is, and then starting to focus on investing in and measuring the things that you need to do now to create value for tomorrow. So there's a triangulation almost emerging. I know there's a bubble here. There's a nice Venn diagram, right? But it's this idea about how do we manage and create value today, release capacity for tomorrow, so that we're executing for tomorrow by leveraging capacity today, if that makes sense. So it's that idea of how do you create that flywheel. And that is the essence of ambidexterity. And it's a really important concept, because the organizations that I work with, the organizations that I've studied, the organizations that I've taught in, the organizations that I've learned from, practice this notion about ambidexterity, which is being really smart about continuing to create value out of what they do today, to continuously improve what they do today, to extract capacity, investment, people, etc., so that they create and invest in the vitality for success tomorrow. And we need to do more and more and more of that in an environment where there is more change. So that's the kind of essence. Now, this is not new thinking. There's a guy called Joseph Schumpeter who coined ambidexterity back in the World War I era, 1910s, 1915, something like that. Joseph Schumpeter is a very famous economist. He's the guy who we all observe business cycles these days, boom and bust and so on and so forth. We're probably all expecting that we're in some kind of bubble right now. There'll be some kind of correction and so on and so on. Like in the 1900s, even 1890s, he coined and wrote all the kind of the primary papers on business cycles. He's the guy who studied entrepreneurs, and he's the guy, not Clay Christensen at Harvard, who talked about creative destruction. Okay. So over 100 years ago, this philosophy has emerged around what they call ambidextrous leaders. And basically, ambidextrous leaders start at the very left, which is how do we exploit what we have today and then explore what we need to do tomorrow. Now, back in the 1900s, the world moved a lot slower than it did today, right? It took, 70 years for the telephone to reach 100 million users. ChatGPT took 70 days. Do you know what I mean? We're in an entirely different era of adoption and cycle development. But that idea of 100 years ago actually exists and persists today. It's just so much more important, and it's so much more important because the pace of change. The idea is that again, Horizon 1, Horizon 2, Horizon 3 thinking. It's been, brilliant thinking, and it's been around for over 100 years. This idea of Horizon 1, the business that you do today, you need to be driving continuous change and improvement so that you stay pace with what's happening in the competition, but also that you extract capacity from it so that you start investing in the vitality or in the horizon three, in the future positioning. So you start doing today and investing more today in the things that you believe you will need to do tomorrow. So that's in AI, that's in digital engagement, that's in teaching your organization how to be agile, all the kind of stuff we're learning about in this program. And that the more you do in Horizon 3, the more you will realize and identify actually what's going to be the future business, what's going to be the future territory that you will take, because your vitality turns into value. And but ultimately then what happens is as you shift from Horizon 3, from experimentation into success, that actually glides back into Horizon 1 ultimately. And you have to continuously then prune and continuously improve your Horizon 1 to find the next Horizon 3, and so the cycle goes. So hopefully you're all following me in that regard. And ultimately then that creates the necessity for the ambidextrous leader, because the ambidextrous leader needs to be blue on the left, right? It's all about evolution. It's all about managing the enterprise and the corporate system as it is today, control and monitoring. It's about, keeping the scale and managing the risk. It's about cause and effect and optimizing. It's all about, cost containment and squeezing cost out, but not cost for cost's sake. It's about squeezing capacity out so that you can be focused on revolution, on creating that new startup, on experimentation, on creating more velocity, all the things that Agile tries to do, on focusing on cause and effect, which is what you're trying to do in design thinking and so on and so forth. And it's all about creation and it's all about breakthrough. But here's the thing, it's very hard to be two things at the same time. And that's the challenge that organizations face. But that's the necessity that sits behind the importance of talking about this, and it's also the ability to construct the organization, and for leaders to be able to guide an organization to explore and exploit at the same time is a really, really critical art to just transformation, whether it's in, the 1900s when electricity was, the defining thing, in the internet era, in the, the 70s, the 80s, 90s, and the mobile and digital era of the noughties, in the 20s, which is the AI era. It's no different. It's managing and exploiting what we have today, creating the capacity to explore for tomorrow. We just need to do it faster and faster and faster. Is the kind of the simplest way I can position it for you, and that's kind of that kind of sets the tone for this criticality of of the ambidextrous leader being sweating the operational experience that's in play today, and then diverting resources to then much more emotionally, because operationally it's much more tangible, it's factual, because you can kind of look back and you can move incrementally. When we move to the other side of the brain, the red side of the brain, the red orange, the red the red yellow, the vision side of the brain, it's much more emotional, right? And you have to be practical and emotional all at the same time, because those mental states are required across each. And I don't know about you, but in lots of organizations, and when we get onto this on the culture day, but I'm constantly now helping leaders and their teams figure out their colors. So I don't know if you all done your colors exercise. Do you all know if you're you're a red, you're a yellow, you're a blue, or a green? Yellows are the visionary, reds are the drivers, blues are the the planners, and the greens are the kind of the carers, right? You have to be all of it, all at the same time, because you got to have a vision, you've got to have relentless drive towards that vision, yet you've got to plan with discipline, extract value. You got to care for everybody all along the way. So it's no surprise that more and more we're thinking about our construct as humans, and thinking about how do we acknowledge and understand and engineer our emotional selves to be present in all the colors at the same time, because that's what the world now necessitates. Because again, the change is coming so quickly. In your pack, I mean, I do walk, I do share. There's a nice little kind of story about, I think it's Arthur D. I can't remember the name of the case now. Forgive me. Yes, Arthur D. Little. It's an organization who apply this kind of construct in their business, and they have two businesses joined together all at the same time. So and the leaders have to manage both sides. Okay, so they have to manage the blue and the red all at the same time, right? In their production, in their operations. Their steering is all about using data and rational decisions about where the next opportunity is to release capacity. The way they think about it is control. It's about skills in the right places. It's about, value. You can see the stuff on the left-hand side. It's all about scale and productivity in the system. On the right-hand side, it's all about speed and pace and creativity. But sometimes you've got to organize your brain so that you can organize your organization to run both at the same time, and then to be able to connect that. And when we get into the afternoon, we're going to get into road mapping to see how do we manage it today to create the capacity for tomorrow. Does that all make kind of hopefully some kind of sense? I hope it's making sense as we're going along. So it's that idea of managing performance today to invest in vitality for tomorrow. And lots of people do it different ways. A really good article from BCG, that some organizations are set themselves as ecosystems. Some organizations become agile to do this. Some organizations split the atom. What does that mean? So organizations, and I've worked with many, and I've worked in and I've led some scenarios where the organization says, we're so complex and we're so blue today that we could never be red. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the most red people in our blue organization, and we're going to put them over here in a new red organization, and we're going to see if we can give it the oxygen and space to succeed. So that's the separate one that you see here on the right-hand side here. And I, for instance, spent some time in mBank in Poland. And mBank in Poland, it was a 100-year-old bank. The CEO and president had that very scenario. He said, "Oh, I've got a blue bank, but I need a red bank." So he said, "But the blue bank just aren't going to change," because he just didn't have the time, he believed, nor did he have the leadership aptitude, or the scale of reds in the blue for the blue to really change, because the blue. When the reds appeared in the blue, the antibodies of the blue tried to kill the reds. You know how it goes, right? So and ultimately he created a new bank called mBank, and he seeded a brand new bank, and he put both into the market, and the objective was to see who would win. mBank is now the leading bank in that group, though it's all part of Commerzbank, German bank. And mBank now is one of the leading digital banks, a phenomenal bank, really, really smart. It was 10 years ago I was working on it. Maybe a story for another day. But what has transpired is, I forget the name. It was BZG Bank was the name of the old bank, I think. BZG, I think. And BZG Bank were not going to change. He created mBank. mBank went into market completely separate from BZG. mBank has now become so successful that BZG is winding down, and the customers are migrating themselves from BZG to mBank. So he's avoided all the antibody kind of friction that could have been caused. He doesn't have to, the CEO that was there, he doesn't actually now have to migrate the customers. They're self-migrating. They're just moving to the new bank. And so they're self-electing to transfer. So are the staff, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, I'm digging down a little bit into that one, and an anecdote that may or may not be helpful, but to prove the point that there are different ways to do this. So they sometimes call that the separator, the green field.
Carvin, do you
Yes.
think the employees knew what was happening there?
Yeah, great question. The ones Yeah, I'm not to give too coy an answer. The people that the CEO wanted to be part of the future knew what was going on and also put their hands up. I'm not sure who asked that question. Was that Leanne?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was. Yeah.
Leanne. Yeah. So and again, I worked over there for a little period of time. It was really interesting to observe. Uh, and what he did was he brought in a small number of people to seed the new bank, but then he asked people to come and join it from the blue bank to go and work in the red bank. The people who worked in the blue bank that put their hands up knew what was going on, Leanne. Right? And they were smart enough, and they went over and they joined there. And over time, you had a rebalancing because he figured out he couldn't convince everybody in the blue to be red, but he figured out if he could make red successful, that the red people would convince the blue people to move over and become red. Actually, where he's got to, Leanne, if this makes sense, is the people in the red bank are now blue because he now, I know, is saying, actually, I need to build an AI bank because it's not just a digital bank that's run by people. Uh, so if you get that idea, so he's kind of going through a same perpetual kind of experience now, where in a matter of a couple of years, he now has to figure out how to do the same thing again. I'm not sure if he's going to split the atom. I'm not sure what the strategy is going to be, but I do know that that's going to be different. Leanne, am I answering your question?
Yeah, yeah, it's just
Yeah.
interesting to know.
Isn't it?
I've never heard that before, and it's
Yeah.
yeah, it's just interesting to know because like that is a common thing is if you have half the team they want to move and do something,
Yeah.
half
Yeah.
a team that don't
Yeah.
want to kind of
Yeah.
change
Yeah.
anything, it's very
Yeah.
hard to get people to change.
Yeah. And the philosophy, and I've seen it so work. I've seen it work, and I've seen it work there. And I could tell you another story about an organization I'm working with right now, which is you don't you don't elect people, you let them self-select. You create the environment for people and you create almost create the magnets or the centers of gravity, if you know what I mean. Um, and it kind of self-organizes, or it self-perpetuates. It's really interesting philosophy. I have a leader. I'll just take a second on this. I have a leader in a tech company. Um, Said because they run software, and it happens to be financial services, and there's about 700 or 800 people now across the globe that's working a really successful business. And he just over the last couple of years, he's going to be looking and he's kind of saying, I have 700 or 800 people who run software, but I think AI can do that. And he was looking at that and he said, I think AI can do it. And then he said, somebody else is going to write the AI to do it and going to put me out of business. So what am I going to do? So he organized a hackathon for his 700 people. He didn't tell everybody they had to be in the hackathon. He said, organize the hackathon. It's a 2 day hackathon. We're going to figure out. And he created urgency, massive urgency. So he had like a 14-day countdown. Every day he wrote to the organization, AI is going to change things. It's coming. I believe in it. Here's what I've seen. Telling stories, telling stories, telling stories to the organization. He said to the organization, I'm going to give everybody 2 days off. Those who want to come and join me here in Dublin for the 2 days, we're going to learn how we're going to learn what AI is, and we're going to learn how AI can change our business. We're going to see if we can rewrite the business. 150 people of the 700 people joined for the 2 days. Only 150 people. It was really interesting, but it was 150 people. So that was a sufficient center of gravity. They took 2 days out. They set themselves up in Claude, and in 2 days, 150 people wrote 90 products. So they actually created 90 new products, right? Not all of them are going to make it. There's about 15 that are going to make it through, right? Um, but and this was about 2 months ago. Today, there are now 350 people in the organization because they had to run the hackathon again. Because the people who didn't go seen the energy and the potential and the prowess for the 90 products, and they said, shit, we missed that out. Why did we do that? Can we go again? Can we go again? And he kind of said to people originally, no, we're not going again. We did the 150 people, I think, have this figured out. And he created it. Like, there was absolute mayhem. And everyone said, no, no, we need to be in now. We need to go. And so we said we go again, and now there's about 350 people who are now in the system, who are now rewriting their own products, and they're rewriting themselves, they're rewriting their businesses. But it's this idea, centers of gravity, people self-electing. So Leanne, hopefully I haven't over told or over answered, but it's a really interesting way of thinking. And again, it's down to it's not it, in such a small part. This was about learning about the technology. in such a large part, this was about creating the environments for people to use technologies to reinvent what they're doing, if that makes sense. And it kind of comes down to that simplicity.
Do you think as well it could be like people aren't taking it serious at the start and they kind of think, ah, like it's fine.
Yeah,
Like the first
yeah,
150 obviously did, but then
yeah,
the rest of the organization
yeah,
obviously didn't see how serious the
yeah,
situation
yeah,
was. And then they kind of come on board when they see that it is actually
totally,
working.
totally. And here's the thing, seeing is believing. Because the CEO only created the conditions and created the urgency and created the kind of the environment, the hackathon, right? Um, the 350 are now working on it because the 150 people who sit beside them every day, they all sit, they work together. 150 people went back and they went, "Oh my God." They went, "You won't believe what we just did in the last 2 days." They went back and they said, "If I wanted that product, it would have taken me a year's work and 10,000 developer days. I managed to do it in 14 hours in 2 days." Because they went back and they showed their colleagues the products that they wrote, which was, basically rewriting their own work and like creating the next iteration of their products, because the software house and so on and so forth. So to go back to kind of support your point, it wasn't the CEO, it wasn't the market. Everybody knows the story. I mean, we all know that there's trucks blocking the the arteries of the organization. You probably don't really experience how pissed off you could be until you go out and sit in the traffic. Same thing. Uh, People will believe it when they see it. Leanne is the point. So a long way to get to that point. Sorry, but and I think I'm trying to connect back with what you're saying, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Is that okay, Leanne? We still got you? Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
it's very interesting.
So anyway, waxed lyrical there a little bit, but hopefully everybody gets the point. Nader, you've had your hand up for ages, and I've been ignoring you, so that's very bad of me.
No, no issues at all. Just a couple of observations regarding the bank of Poland when the CEO decided to go for a digital bank, and he moved all the red from the old one to the new one. But I believe he left the old bank as a dead body.
Yeah,
So from my point of view, he killed one business in order to create another. So I'm not sure if this is the right decision or not.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I think kill might be a strong word. I
Yeah,
think yeah, yeah, yeah. So, but it's a good word, and because it puts it up to us there, right? So BZG, I think it's BZG. I'll have to look up the name now, right? It's still running. It's still running. It's just small now, and its people and its customers are still transitioning across. Um, so it wasn't that he shut down one and started the other. He put both into the marketplace because he had one already. He put a new one into the marketplace. He let the market decide, and the market being the customers, but also the market being the people on the inside.
mm,
Yeah, if that makes sense. And with those centers of gravity, the more that mBank became successful, the more the people from VZG wanted to move. But actually, really importantly, there were some people who just didn't want to move. Some people maybe closer to retirement. Some people who he didn't want to move because he said their skill sets were more applicable to, maybe more traditional business models and so on and so forth, that they just didn't have the aptitude to move across, and they needed them in the old and so on and so forth. So it didn't all happen just as super organically as I'm describing. There was quite a bit of it was quite a bit of engineering that went on in the background later to make sure that the transformation was successful, and it has been a very successful transformation. As I say, they're just on the cusp of the next one now. So I think that there are it's never binary. I think, Nader, is probably the
mm,
point I want to make to you. And one of the really important things we have to think about is, and make sure we understand, is it's never binary. It's about being able to do both. It's about observing both. It's about engineering for both to coexist. But ultimately, resources are finite, and you've got to make the bets, and you've got to kind of use your centers of gravity, and you've got to use your vitality and your measures and your clarity to ultimately make the right bet. The bet that the current CEO has is, does he now need to accelerate the accelerate the wind down of the blue bank to start some acceleration of creating a new yellow bank, because he's ultimately going to end up with three banks now, because he's going to have to create the AI bank as far as he's concerned. So now he's got three banks that he's going to have to run. So this is just manifestation of why it's all becoming more important to be thinking this way now, because the pace of change is accelerating to the degree that there's going to be more complexity in the system later, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you. My second question is about the vitality. Is it needs a new blood of employees in the company in means of this is I experienced in my ex company. The old blood or the old school or the traditional employees were not willing to go into transformation and improve themselves. So the
Yeah.
only way that we had is to make the bar higher, having higher objectives, and to work in a new way. And I was keen that all the new hires are new blood coming from the new school. So we started having some sort of a storming between the old school and the new school, and maybe in a couple of years, the old school, most of them had went out of the company, had went to another opportunities, and the new blood dominated in a way.
Yeah.
I was not at this time. This is the only way of doing the transformation of people transformation. But I'm not sure is this the right way, or is there a way in order to do a people transformation?
Oh no, there's definitely a way to do people transformation. I think there will always be new blood. There will always be blood that moves on. There will always be a change in the mix of the blood. It sounds, I mean, sometimes it is necessary for entirely new blood, and sometimes it is too risky for
Yeah,
all the blood. So there's no perfect answer to it. The most important thing is to acknowledge that there needs to be coexistence, that there needs to be a measured path forward in terms of balancing the existence of two things at the same time, or many things at the same time. That's the art of ambidexterity, actually, Nader. And I think we'll touch a little bit on that this afternoon. I think in our culture day, we're going to talk about how to engineer a new culture, which are all the methods and the tools, the behavioral and the actual, that help us think about how do we move culture along. Because I don't think it's as binary as I would not like to think it's as binary as that, because I'm ever the optimist, right? And so far it's proven to be okay. Some people will go there first. Some people will follow, and some people will get left behind, but mostly people sweep them up and bring them along. It's just degrees of periods of change. What I'd rather be focusing on is how can we accelerate everyone's journey. And I think organizations, and this is why I kind of pointed at the McKinsey stuff earlier on, the importance of narrative, the importance of culture. It's absolutely critical. Because really, let me just frame this and then we'll go for lunch, right? What is culture? Culture is just really a way to describe the way that we do things. That's all it is, right? So culture is a very basic thing, right? Culture is the way that we do things. What does that mean? That means that an organization might say, well, we have a culture of, let me try and frame this for you. We have a culture of no nonsense, right? So I like cultures like that, right? But what does that mean? So organization, we don't take any nonsense in here, right? So how does that play out? And then if you ask an organization, well, how does that culture show up? Well, that culture shows up when we're in a meeting and somebody starts waffling. We all think it's okay to tell the waffler to stop. Because that's how you see culture turning up actually in real life. Or, or when you really dig into the question, you might say, well, how else does no nonsense turn up? And they might say, well, we don't talk about this much. But, the reality is when somebody isn't performing, we help them. But if they're not able to perform to the level that we need to perform, we say goodbye to them, and we bring them out on on our shoulders. But we don't allow non-performance to hold us back as a group. That's what an organization that's a no-nonsense organization will say. that they do. So culture is about saying what you do. And what we need to do is think about how do we want people to do things differently, right? And how then, as leaders, do we set the environment to say that we want things to be done differently and then help people through the change curve. And that's the Saturday, Nada, that we're going to spend on that kind of on the culture. And I'm going to break all that down into about 10 different components. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, Nada, and maybe teasing you that we're going to do more of this into the future, but is that okay?
Yeah, it's okay, and I'm waiting for the next section as well.
Ah, good. Excellent stuff. Okay, shall we take a break, folks? I've gone a little bit over there, but there's been some great questions. Do we need half an hour? We're going to take half an hour.
It's okay.
Half an hour sound good? Get a sandwich.
Yeah.
It's not raining where I am. If it's not raining where you are, even if it is raining a little bit, maybe get some fresh air as well. Let's get ourselves back. It's 13:20, so let's get ourselves back at 13:50, and we'll still target to finish somewhere between 3 and half 3, if that's okay. That sound okay with everyone?
Yep, sounds good.
See you in half an hour. Thank you.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Bye, guys.
Okay. There we go. Nice lunchtime slide and everything. Terry, I think you just joined back, so we're just grabbing some lunch and we're getting back at 10 to 2, if that makes sense.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
See you
Yeah.
then.
Bye.
I can't believe it all goes so quickly. Welcome back, everybody, for those of you that are with us. Oh, it's still recording. Thought I paused it. Hey, Nader. I was sure I paused recording, so hopefully I wasn't saying anything outrageous in the background, shouting at my family. Anyway, okay. Not sure everybody is back just yet, so let's just give it a minute. Maybe I'll see some screens turned on, and then we will get back into the swing of things. Yes, Laura, how you? You okay? Good to see you. You all right? Okay. Right, let's get myself ready here. Get my slides up and so on. Okay. Just continue to share. Right. Okay. Hello. Um, This one's back up. Okay, so Sylvia's just coming back in. Okay, I am going to get underway because I'm conscious I need to steward all you lovely people safe and soundly to a conclusion today. But I have some thoughts and some exercises I want to work you on at the meantime. So I hope you had a lovely lunch. You all see me and hear me okay? Everything's doing okay. I just want to say, yes, I am recording. Just want to make sure I do that because I get in trouble with everybody if I'm not recording, because lots of people watch this, don't watch it live, but watch it offline. So that's good. Great. Let's get our bearings just for a couple of minutes, if that's okay. So earlier on, we were just talking about, this necessity to be ambidextrous so that we can manage and hold and cherish what we have today, improve it to keep pace with competition, to meet all the expectations of the stakeholders around us, the market, etc., but also to create these capacities so that we can exploit. So that we can explore. So we exploit to explore, and that's the simple premise. And I was sharing with you the Arthur D. Little. I probably didn't touch long enough on it, but I do. There's a paper. It's a few years old, but it's really worth looking into. And it's this notion and idea that you need to be two things at the same time, at least two things at the same time, right? Which is difficult, but you can engineer it. And that RTD Little paper does work through how, paints the picture of the necessity for you can't be either operationally brilliant and innovatively excellent. You need to be both at the same time, and you need to get the right combination of both. And your job as a leader is to create both, create the harmony between the both, and then engineer the transformation from one to the other almost in a flywheel. I'm going to go back to flywheels and talk about that in a second. But you need to, again, it's you kind of modular and a balanced approach. And it's this idea about matching strategy with organizational dexterity, which is the kind of the third point to the bottom right. So, as you seek to do new things, which are more ambitious, newer, and faster than you've ever done anything before, you need to engineer your organization to move at the same speed. And again, we're going to cover on another Saturday, which means that you also need to engineer your culture to move and evolve at the same speed. Today, we're just focusing on how you engineer the organization and the focus and the strategy and the bets that the organization is making. Culture will do as a follow on. Okay, so that's just kind of bring us back into this whole idea of ambidexterity. And we talked about vitality. And I just find sometimes this might be a simple way to explain vitality versus leads and lags. So hopefully most of you are aware of leads and lags. So lags is when you're looking back. Leads are when you're looking at the things that the cause and effect for lags. So leads are the things you do now, which are we're looking at lags. Vitality is something slightly different though. It's the kind of inputs that create the leads for the lags, right? So a really simple way is if we're hoping the lag that we want to ultimately get to is we want to increase our number of pension prospects. financial services, right? It could be a banker, an insurer, right? What do we need to do? Well, the lead measure would be we need to increase the number of weekly meetings with pension prospects to increase the sales. So that's the lead and the lag. Vital organizations ask themselves the question, what are we doing in order to increase the propensity of people we're talking to about pensions in the first place so that we can get more meetings, create more sales? So vitality is when we might look and say, actually, the world is changing. What we need to do is rethink using digital or AI about what are the pension product innovations that we can make more frequently, more ambitiously in the now, don't mind the 12 months piece. So the more we innovate, the more we can have confidence and go and talk to the market about the new exciting things that we're doing to solve for customers, which will create the supply of more meetings, which will create the more sales at the end of the day. So that's just maybe a way to kind of frame that. Okay. So that was the piece. So what I'm going to move on to now is just talk to you a little bit about adaptive strategies. Because everything we're pointing here is to this idea of adaptation and adaptability in the organization. There's some really good reads. You can pick them up. You can go look at them. Use your local friendly LLM to summarize them for you. But I've done it for you here. And this is not a new thing. This is a new practice. And you heard me talk about stradaptability before, probably in our first or second lecture. And the idea of stradaptability, it's adaptable strategy, or what we also call adaptive strategies, all just fancy names for the idea of how can you set, pursue, execute, and enable strategies that should be perpetually changing because the world around you is perpetually changing. Because of that speed of change, you need to perpetually change. Therefore, your strategy needs to be perpetually adapting, right? So some good reads there, and some firms that have actually adapted many of the readings, but ultimately, or many of the practices. But ultimately, it's about this idea of, first of all, kind of strategic sensitivity. So in organizations, constantly observing and being sensitive to the changes in the world around us, e.g. AI, e.g. Anthropic's new model, and the cyber risk now that's going to potentially present to the world, etc., etc. They're all just examples, right? But it's the idea of constantly sensing what's going on in the world, constantly then bringing that into conversation, debate around what decisions do we need to make, or maybe you don't. Maybe you don't need to make any decisions about these things, but awareness helps you to figure out, do you need to make a decision or not, right? So it's being aware, being strategically sensitive, then making decisions about, is there anything new we need to do? Is there anything we need to stop? Is there anything we need to do more of? Is there anything we need to do different, etc., etc., etc.? And then quickly reallocating your resources based on what you now believe you need to do to exploit what you have and explore where you need to go. So again, kind of bringing you all back to this exploit and explore. Look across the right of the page, you can see other kind of similar descriptions of what we need to do. Okay. Now, when we see this in an organizational setting, we often see this play out at what I term different altitudes. Okay, so let me explain those. So often at the top of the organization, so at the board and at the executive level, you see this art of stradaptability, right? So this is the idea of having a really clear purpose and narrative of what you're going to do, constantly, perpetually discovering, learning what's happening in the world, detecting, which is the sensing, what that means to you. So I'm just using, I have 6Ds. That's just the model that I use. So it's purpose, and your purpose points you to where, the role you want to play in the world. But in order to do that, you need to constantly be discovering what the market is doing, trying to sense where the norms are going to be, detecting what that means for you, what those signals are, what those trends are, and then diagnosing what you need to do more, better, different, less, new, or what you need to stop doing, right? So that's the diagnosis phase, and then ultimately directing your organization, and you have the digital 360 in terms of what it needs to do an engagement level, a proposition level, a process level, a culture, a people level, and also at a technology operational level as well. And the idea of the sixth, which is out there in black, it should be in white. I'll change that in the slides later. It's this idea of dexterity. So this idea of your board and your executives should constantly be, it's not a 6 year, 5 year, 4 year, 3 year strategy exercise. Every day, every month, every quarter, every year, you're constantly practicing adaptability. You're constantly observing, constantly calibrating, constantly fine tuning by following that flywheel. So that's what happens at the top of the organization. But they only really set the direction, right? What then happens in the middle of the organization is that operational leaders, business leaders, then need to say, okay, there's a new direction that we need to follow. What does that mean for what we're doing? Okay, and this is where the exploit and the explore come into play. But I'm now introducing four fields, and this is the old, what they used to call the BCG growth matrix. Some people call it the GE growth matrix. BCG worked with General Electric on it, and it's this idea, and I'm going to just try and bring it further to life about exploit and explore. Organizations that I work with have observed kind of follow a practice where they look at their business today and they understand where their cash cows are today. So your cash cows are your vibrant, your positive, your good, profitable businesses today that you believe have some runway. So you believe that, you'll continue to, be in good businesses, good segments, good products, good services or whatever it is. And your cash cow is you need to continue to milk that cow. Okay. But in there, you need to be continuously improving. Because if you're not going forward, it's the lesson that we shared in the customer centric. If you're not going forward, you're going backwards. So you need to be continuously improving to keep pace with the competition, right, in what you do today. But you also need to be continuously improving so that you can release capacity. Okay, so you can release some investment. Now, oftentimes the investment that you find in the cash cow needs to be reused in the cash cow to continuously improve it. So it tends to be self-funding. So therefore, you need to create and find additional capacity if you want to do the explore. And that's where we move to the dogs. And that's the correlation back to, if you remember, the second capability in our in this module was efficiency and simplification. So the dogs are where you take out waste, where you stop doing things, right? I don't know why exactly they ever called it dogs. I think it correlates to, let sleeping dogs lie. Somebody once said you kill the dogs. I'm not sure that's exactly the parlance that we want to use and so on. And we're not going to put down dogs or anything like that because I'm a dog lover. I'm sure you all are too. But it's the whole idea of looking at the dogs as in that's a nasty thing that's just getting in the way. It's not adding any value. That's dogging us, right? So let's take the dogs out and let them roam free elsewhere. So the idea is that you're continuously improving in your cash cow to continue milking the cow. You're identifying the dogs and you're simplifying and you're creating efficiencies because below the line, you need to create the capacity to move above the line. And above the line on the top left is where you have your question marks. And this is where you do your Horizon 3 innovation. This is where you do your exploration. And this is where you have experiments running to figure out, how is AI going to change your business? How is AI going to improve our efficiencies? But how is AI going to rewrite actually what our propositions are, how we could deliver financial services, insurance, protection, current accounts, whatever it's going to be in the future. And in your question marks, you're constantly just asking questions, experimenting about what could we do? Where's the next territory that we could play in? If we reimagine this, what could it look like? And the more questions you ask, the better your probability are of finding the stars of the future. So from the experiments, which are a long list of things that you do, when you start seeing that you've hit a stream of potential, then you turned to move that into a star, which is you tend to move it into scaling and production. Okay. And ultimately what happens is your stars ultimately become your cash cows if they're successful. But of course, because of the perpetual change necessary, you then have to be continuously improving your cash cow so that you keep pace with the market and start releasing capacity to keep improving. But then you're fortunately going to have to kill off some of the portfolio and put the sleeping dogs to lie so that you can create further investment for question marks and stars. And you get the idea that this is just a flywheel. Okay. So in the same way that strategy at the enterprise level is a flywheel, so is the portfolio of activity that happens down in the business line. And the final thing we'll touch on is then when we get down to agile, which is really about product management, another term that we call this, and we haven't really touched on this all that much, but we will cover it in our culture day again. This whole idea that a product team who own an experience or an outcome. Let's say it's onboarding, or let's say it's mortgage applications, or let's say it's pension options, pre-retirement, because you want to capture the accumulation decumulation curve. That's when product teams down in the businesses are again on a flywheel of using data every day, framing what's the next best thing that they should do. A lot of the stuff that James talked about this morning, ruthlessly prioritizing the effort impact and visualizing to build in codes, that's demoing, building then in code, testing, change management, and then perpetually learning and grooming backlogs by using data every day, and the flywheel goes on as well, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think we've covered product management all that much. We might have covered a little bit of it in the digital and engagement building block, but we will come back to it again. So what am I kind of trying to frame to you? I'm trying to frame to you that actually that adaptability lives at a number of altitudes in an organizational level, right at the top with the executive and the board who are deciding on the directions of travel. Right. Then it happens down a level in the portfolio of the organization where business leaders have to exploit and explore. Right. And unfortunately, they have to do both at the same time in order to follow the new directions of travel. Right. And the more that the things change on the outside, the quicker this flywheel needs to work on a portfolio on the inside. And then, of course, we should also be organizing so that we've got agile development right down at the customer level, right down at the interface to the end user, so that we're perpetually adopting, perpetually changing. And that's how this idea of ambidexterity kind of really manifests itself at different altitudes in an organization. And you can imagine that leads a lot of coordination. Does that make sense to everybody? And to anybody, everybody? I hope it's both. Any questions? Any thoughts on that? Have I explained that? Explained that okay? Okay. Jump in if you have questions. Remember as well, we'll leave a bit of time today for some Q&A at the end, so jump in with those questions as well. So that then says that organizations need to be multi-speed, not even just multi-speed programs, multi-speed organizations, because you've got to be sustaining your organization today. You've got to be developing and scaling the things that you've found when you've been experimenting to disrupt. Okay, so organizations, essentially the ambidextrous organization has a brain, right? And they're leaders, but sometimes you'll set up PMOs, SEOs, transformation offices. That's why usually there is a transformation leader in an organization that has the happy job of trying to coordinate that and help ultimately the executives and the business leaders move the chips around the board because the chips are moving all the time now. So that, they release creative thinking, but push it through execution kind of discipline. And there's constant delivery across all these kind of streams of change, right? And that through the measurement of that we're constantly recalibrating then what to do. And that requires really strong communication, really strong collaboration, and then really strong prioritization and commitment, which is really, at the heart of creating the conditions for coexistence and for all these things to exist. So that's just, maybe a slide that you might find useful to look back on. But really, if I stand back from it all, and this would be the tipping point now into what I want to spend some time with you. I'm talking about when we think about the foundations for executing this kind of flywheels of this kind of adaptable strategies, right? You need to have the right mindset. So leaders, the first point and the first block on this is the top left, ambidextrous leadership, the ability to think this way. But really importantly, the ability then to set different risk appetites and tolerances. And there's a great 70-20-10 rule, right? So 70% of your effort on change and innovation should actually be in your core business, right? Lots of people think about it the other way, but think about it, right? The majority of your resources are in the business that you run today, and the majority of your success comes from the profits that you generate from the majority of the people who are in your business today. And if you think about it further, your ability to change that business, you probably have a 70% probability of being able to successfully evolve that business. Maybe 80, maybe 90, maybe 100%. But let me say there's a 70% chance because there's probably a 30% waste that goes in there. But you have a very good sense of probability that you'll be able to execute well. However, you're probably going to get no more than a 10% return on that investment because you're purely incrementally nudging forward your business today. It's not disruptive. Okay. So that's so if you think about 70-70-10, right? 70% of your resources should have a 70% probability of generating a 10% return. I could show you a 3 horizon model to share this, but let me just articulate it this way. On the other end of the scale, or maybe I will flick back to this slide just so in that kind of sustaining, that would be a 70-70-10. If we went down to the disruptive layers, that's where you're doing lots of experiments, which kind of links back to the question marks that are up here, right? So if you run up to those question marks, you are probably only going to be spending 10% of the resources of the organization. That might sound like a lot, but probably what you see modern organizations doing. Your probability of success is probably only going to be 10%, because of the nature of you're going to be doing lots of experiments. So 10% are probably only going to be the ones that are going to make it through the stars and ultimately down to become cash cows. But for those 10% that are successful, you're probably going to have a 70x long-term return on your investment, because you'll have a lot of experiments. Only a small number of them will be successful, but ultimately it'll probably create maybe not 70x. It'll probably equate to 70% of your future profitable value that you're creating. So when you're down at the bottom, you're inversing to a 10-10-70, whereas the top you're 70-70-10, if you get that kind of notion. And the stuff that's happening in the middle is just about your transition management. It's about transitioning the 10% of things that look like going to create the future 70% of your value. And that probably needs to be a 20-20-20 split, right? 20% of your effort with a 20% probability of success, because you still have to accept a different degree of risk. And in the short term, it's probably going to create 20% of your income. So you've got 70-70-10, you've got 20-20-20, and you've got 10-10-70. I think they all add up to 100%. If I'm wrong, shoot me. But if you did it out of paper, I think that works right. I should have a slide that says that. Now, so therefore, bring it back to this point. Your risk appetite and your tolerance needs to be different, because your probability is different. So therefore, your risk appetite needs to be entirely different. And also your reward and celebration needs to be different, because you're now looking at future flows of value rather than present day flows of value. So therefore, the mindset, the risk appetite, and the reward and the performance management needs to be different at each one of those streams. I'll pause there. Is that making sense to everybody so far? Yeah. Any questions, any thoughts? If you have, please do jump in. I'll keep going otherwise, for the benefit of time. Okay, good. So, and believe it, because I know you'll feel it, to live like this necessitates incredible resilience and incredible necessity for renewal, because you're constantly evolving the organization. It's focused on what it's doing so that it can calibrate and it can constantly accelerate and execute on new strategic directions that are mostly being set by the opportunity of the threats that you're sensing the signals of in the marketplace all around. So therefore, you usually have to have multi-speed programs. I'm moving to the right now. You typically have to have a transformation office who coordinates all of this. You need to do some transformation mapping, which is what we're going to spend some time on now. I'll come back to that. And then business architecture is really just about how you design what skills are where in the organization. And as you'll imagine, if you're running this kind of multimodal organization, and if it needs to be adaptive, then you need to be constantly looking at your business architecture, your structures, your skills, and where you're making decisions, and what risk appetite you have, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that all requires the right prerequisites. And that's why we spent some time with James this morning, because this is all about hardcore delivery, because you need the capabilities to deliver, the execution frameworks to deliver, you need the planning capability more than ever. So in a more complex world, you need to be more planful. Loads of people, have this notion that agile is free and easy. The more complex, the more you need to be a disciplined planner, because that allows you to have best degree of certainty, and that's all the stuff that James talked about this morning. And you then therefore need incredibly strong, durable, but also adaptable processes to help you. And you also need the right mitigation. So business change and readiness, like really important. Like, I don't know, many times I've seen in programs, and I have fallen foul of this myself, believe me, where we kind of crafted the grand plan, we executed the great stuff, and we forgot to bring the organization and the customer with us. So we couldn't figure out why nobody would use all the brilliant things we were doing. And I have put a separate framework on business change and readiness in. You can look at afterwards, but typically it's about thinking and preparing the organization to be ready, willing, and able, so you can help the customer or the end user to be ready, willing, and able as you introduce new innovations, new opportunities, new propositions into the market. Look, really, really, really important that you're managing business readiness and change, managing bias, and managing culture. And there's really what that one's all about. Again, we're going to spend the full Saturday on that one, and making sure you understand where the traps are, and that you're constantly triaging for calibration. But ultimately, it's about having discipline of delivery. And in the middle, it's about just constantly reflecting and refining how you govern that, measure it, how you make sure you're extracting value, and the importance of communications and narrative. So if I was to kind of say it's a heartbeat slide, there's a red dot slide in the middle of all this. This for me pulls all this together. If you have bought my book, and I know a number, if you have, and so on and so forth, there's a full chapter on all of this, because digital equals delivery, and you've got to be capable of delivering in a complex, ever-changing world, in which happens at multiple speeds. So pause there to see if there's any questions or queries. Is that okay? Everyone doing okay?
Could I just ask you, Garvin, just from
Yeah.
I suppose, a portability as a framework? Obviously, to be able to do this and to be able to have the different tiers and the capabilities within house, obviously you need to have quite a large organization for that. And that will take, even just to become ambidextrous, you'd need a transformation plan for, particularly for your headcount, your skills, for your, for where you're going in the future.
Yeah.
Is there in your mind, a size of business where you can put all of this in, or is this definitely weighted towards those kind of much larger organizations, and that therefore would be completely different if you're looking at it from the start?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think this is, this is typically more in your legacy large organizations, right? So you won't the larger the organization, the more comprehensive you have to establish it because the more complex it is. So I always relate complexity. So you've got multi-region, multi-product lines, multidisciplinary. The more robust your framework needs to be. If you've got a small team like 10 people, that's a scrum team, that's a sprint squad. Do you know what I mean? They can self-determine all of this. But by the nature of progress, right? When you're small, you can be nimble, therefore you don't need the same degree of complexity or comprehensiveness because you don't have the complexity. But because you don't have that, typically what I witness in the world, if this makes sense, Laura, is that the organizations are successful. So they'll move from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 sprint teams pretty quickly because, you go on that. And when you start reaching scale, I mean, it's brilliant to read. I don't know if anyone's read the Reed Hastings, No Rules Rules, and the Netflix story, right? So it's exactly the story. It's exactly the story. So what they figured out is the more that it became successful, the more layers and complexity entered the system. Therefore, the more bureaucratics and silos entered the system. And then they figured out that they actually had to undo all of that because the system as one system became too big, so they had to deconstruct it and compartmentalize it back like this again. I'm doing work with Microsoft at the moment, so they're one of my big clients. Like we're going through this at the rate of knots in there. Not I am, they are. I'm only a bit part actor, right, in the whole thing. But I'm observed. So if you go back to Adobe, if you go back to Nokia, might be really interesting one to talk about, right? Nokia continued to be the star of the Finnish stock market, even though everyone presumes that it was such a failure. It's not, hasn't been a failure at all. They got lost a little bit, right? But they have actually been able to transform their organization based on learning, by being adaptable. By God, did they learn a hard lesson, but they reconnected with their purpose. They reconnected with the strategic focus. So they've gone back to be a kind of a network business, which is what they always were. And they're incredibly successful in doing that. But they had to rewire their organization to meet their strategy so that they learned from the signaling and connected with the strategy. I don't know if I'm answering your question, Laura. Um, so I think the philosophy stands once you start hitting any kind of scale. The degree of comprehensiveness needs to be adjusted for the point of where the organization's at. The bigger the organization and the further it's gone along, usually necessitates more of this, Laura, is probably the principle that I would try and bring it back to. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, it does, and it helps just because again, I'm more of a startup domain, so trying to kind
Yeah,
of
yeah,
understand how this can
yeah,
fit. But I
yeah,
always come back
yeah,
to that whole the framework is there, the
yeah,
function. You may have dual functions or
yeah,
dual roles, or you may
yeah,
approach it slightly differently, but that the
yeah,
core leadership frame
yeah,
exists. But just looking at it so neatly put together,
yeah,
that's there I can see headcount. So
yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just out of
yeah,
curiosity, is
yeah,
there a tipping
yeah.
point in your mind? But that makes perfect sense. Thank you.
There is. Like, I mean, for me, once you start hitting over 100, 200 people, you start to have to organize actually like this. That's a rough proxy, right? And I say organize like this, I mean, actually organize like this. Do you know what I mean? Have people who run the business and who milk the cow. Have people though, because it's very hard to commit harry-carry and cannibalism. It's very hard to stop things that you already do. So sometimes you need your lean people, and those mean lean people who come in and kind of make you change things. And you're much better off when you've changed them, and if they've done it the right way, they've helped you to change them as opposed to change them on you, right? Then you need innovators. And sometimes, you just need to leave them free from to do the question marks from the cash cows and so on. And then you need people who can scale, because sometimes people who can think of really good ideas are not very good at scaling. And then you probably need other people who can, and your scalers need to be able to transition that into cash cowing and so on and so forth. So I think once you hit a couple of hundred people, you need to start really organizing like this. And actually, the Arthur D. Little article, it talks about an organization probably of a couple of hundred people, and that's what the lesson was from. So, great question. I hope I haven't spent too long now trying to explain that. I hope they. Oh yeah, okay, cool. Okay, let's keep going. Everybody else, I hope is okay. So let's go on to how do you actually start to lay down a track, a path to do all of this? And we use maps to do that, right? So this is what's called a transformation map. This is the idea of setting out at an enterprise level. Oh, I don't know why that moved. Forgive me. Let me go back. This is the idea of setting out a multi-year roadmap at an enterprise level to try and coordinate all the things. I don't know what that's changing. That's just doing that on me now. Some kind of obviously setting going on in the slide. So we'll move on from it pretty quickly, right? So I'm going to come back to this. So it's the whole idea of how do you coordinate multiple streams so that they move you towards a single destination. Because that's what transformation ultimately is. There are lots of different styles of transformation maps. I'm not going to go through them all. You can have a look at them yourself afterwards. There's boxy ones, there's nice linear ones, there's kind of illustrative ones, there's kind of quite artistic ones, and there are kind of, instead of being boxy, there are circular ones, right? The whole idea is what you're trying to do is set out from a starting point multiple programs of work that need to be coordinated to move an enterprise towards a new purposeful destination, if that makes sense. Okay. And my own experience, I mean, I was responsible for transformation in a couple of large Irish and indeed international banks. But this was from one of the banks I was responsible for transformation in. And as I look back, or as I looked back, this was the transformation journey. We had kind of four big streams of work that we executed on. We had a lot of work to do in technology and systems. We had a massive amount to do right out the front in terms of reimagining what we wanted to do for the customer and the propositions that we put into the market, including the channels and so on and so forth. We had a massive amount to do of work to do in business capability and also in culture. And all the time we were guiding and driving our agenda by making sure that we were creating sustainable values. That was the business benefits, right? So each one of these was a program of work, a very significant program of work, mostly at least 1 year, if not more than 1 year. But I've kind of just tried to put them in to kind of give you a sense of a sequence. Now, I can't tell you the whole story because we'd be here till 6 o'clock. But let me kind of give you a sense of how this works, because I'm going to get to practice this in a couple of minutes. So we started off this program at number one, which was starting to listen to the customer. So if you remember, I said right back at this module, and I'm sure you'll acknowledge that, you know, the broader thinking and ultimately in the program has been, we've got to start with the market, you've got to start with the customer, and you've got to start with how do we create new value for customers so that we can win the right to be their future provider of choice. So we started with a customer, voice of the customer, and I came into this organization as the innovator. So I was going to be the guy who wrote all the new strategies and all the new propositions, and it was all going to be really exciting, right? But I held true to let's go and really sit with the customers, all the customers, the retail, the business, the corporate customers, et cetera, the institutional customers. And when we went and talked to them, I'll kind of go back and forward a little bit because to be able to show what's going on. They didn't want new propositions from us. They wanted the propositions that we already had given them to work. Right. So the kind of environment we were in was when people tried to call us in the contact center, they couldn't get through. When people actually tried to go online, we were only open 90% of the time. When people asked us to do something, it would take us 3 or 4 weeks to do it. So people said, Garvin, they didn't say Garvin because, you know, there was more than Garvin doing it, but they said to me, I heard them saying, Garvin, you can go and off. Don't come and talk to me about new stuff until you actually show me that you can do the old stuff, right? So this is where I learned about adaptability. Because all of a sudden, my world for 1 to 2 and even more years was not about doing the new stuff. It was about fixing the old stuff. Because from what we heard from the customer, And we had to be true to it, right? We had to say, okay, we need to go and sort out performance standards. We need to get our technology and our business organization working together so that we get into a flywheel of technology improvements that make sure we have our services up and running so that we meet our minimum performance standards for our customers. Our customers, though, weren't just going to be happy with that because customers are complex creatures, right? So they said, by the way, Garvin, not alone do I want you to be open and available all the time, but I want to be able to do what I want to do, where I want to do it, when I want to do it, how I want to do it. And I said, what does that mean? Well, they said, you keep forcing me into branches. Or actually, you won't allow me to do something in the branch and you want me to do it online. And it doesn't suit me to do online. So I want to be able to do things wherever I want to go, etc., etc. Okay, wow. So this is just omni-channel, right? So we had to go and try and figure out, okay. So at the same time as building, back up our performance to meet the expected standards of the customer, which are, we're open when we say we're going to be open. We also need to be able to make our processes available across all our channels to help the customer do what they wanted to do. Now, this all made perfect sense for us because we knew that we were losing customers. So we wanted to stop losing customers. So that's why you've got stability and security. And we were also having some security challenges because our systems weren't where they needed to be. So we had to stem stability and security. And that correlated with the business benefits. But as we started to actually improve our performance and actually started to open our channels for customers to do things where they wanted to do, we found that customers started to use more efficient channels, and we were able to help the organization, to help the customers use more efficient channels for the basic things. And this links back to, if you remember, our building block number 3, digital engagement. This whole idea of help the customer to do what they want. Typically, they'll do it cheaper and better themselves, and that frees you up to do more complex things, etc., etc. So that helped us to drive digital-only sales, digital self-care. It helped us to create an NPS swing because people were much happier when they were able to do it themselves. They didn't have to wait for us to help them. And that started to improve our economics of stemming the tide of business loss, actually starting to grow our business, but growing it more efficiently in terms of how we served it. But the more we tried to do that, and I won't go through all of these, but right in the middle there, you've got the simplification program. Because the more we tried to put into each one of our channels on old architecture and with old processes, we realized that we were creating more complication in the system. So we had to, and that's where I learned my number 2 rule of transformation, which is efficiency and simplification. So we realized that we had to start continuously improving as we were building and making the ultimate organization more complex to meet for a more comprehensive proposition to the organization. We figured that we had to start pruning the number of products we had, the number of processes that we had, the steps in the processes, so that we could have the capacity to continue going, but then that we could create the capacity for the next generation of propositions so that we could start exploring as well as we were only currently exploiting. So listen, again, I could go I could tell you this story all day, right? But I hope I'm bringing to life this idea that you need to be able and capable of at least setting out a path in front of you. Because I had a version of this, of course, but when I went into contact with this, it had to adapt and it had to change. But at least I had a starting point. And what I was able to do was I still knew my direction, ultimately the big programs that I wanted to do, but I started to see the critical paths. I started to see the dependencies, and I started to build an adaptable, ambidextrous organization that was able to sequence and calibrate through this, because we ended up moving programs out years, we brought programs in years, etc., etc., etc. And it was only by being able to have that kind of idea of constantly calibrating and learning from the execution that we did, what are the choices that we would make next, but by being able to see a full picture that we had to improve our technology, improve our propositions, improve our capabilities and culture coherently and in concertina, that we were just moving the pieces around the chessboard by learning as we went, but ultimately we were moving everything forward at the same time, all to create those better and those more improved business benefits. Does that make sense as a construct and as a concept?
Garvin, could I ask a question?
Please.
I'm conscious that RCA2 is going to be, I think the idea is to create something that looks like this.
Correct.
And from being on projects, which includes digitalization of customer journeys,
Yeah.
I don't recognize where in the project journey, whether it's like where you'd use this document. Just from my experiences, okay, there's an issue there's friction we need to remove. We want to digitize, we want to improve customer experience.
Yeah.
What are our customer processes? You list them. What are our priorities? Again, the high value or complex, more likely to have problems, the big volume to help your own staff. And then you go about mapping the journey, optimizing it, asking all your stakeholders.
Yeah.
And just go like that North Star, like I'm just coming from a place where a visualization should make something easier for a big group. A tight project team are very invested, but some of your stakeholders on the outside, like just aren't as invested, not because they don't care, but because they have other responsibilities.
Sure.
And like the point of a visualization is to, I suppose, get buy-in or communicate.
Yeah.
And I'm just struggling.
Yeah. No, 100%. Yeah, 100%. Nobody ever seen this. So it's really important. If that's what you're thinking, Emily. Like I had loads of beautiful slides that were really simple. And there was big blocks of things that we wanted to do, and there were stepping stones that people could consume, Emily. Absolutely. So that was like, I think you always need to have a veneer and a narrative that's consumable, exciting, inspiring, all that kind of stuff that you're going to be sharing with everybody and those stakeholders on the outside. You're very seldom going to take the bonnet off, tear the seats out, and show them, because they won't be able to consume, the engineering that needs to go on. This is the engineering plan. This isn't the sales brochure, if you know what I mean. So I think keep in your mind. I hope I'm coming at your question okay, and trying to create this idea that this in here we're getting into the bowels of how do we orchestrate complex change inside the organization. And it's probably only the few who undertake transformation at this level of complexity, right? Who'll need to think this way, and we're kind of going to the most extreme case here, right? It can be much simpler. I'm going to get you to practice it now, and hopefully it will be much simpler. But once you have your kind of a sense of what your transformation plan will be and a philosophy for how you're going to drive it forward, you then need to tell the story, and the story looks very different, and the story needs to be much simpler, much more inspiring, and much more motivational. I don't know if am I coming at the kernel of your question?
I'm thinking about, like, is this something that you'd recommend to be added to a project? And I'm not saying I'm even thinking, yes, like who's it serving? Because if I have a team and it could be SMEs and product owners, it could be BAs, you could be you'd be sitting on scrums, like observing or testing. And I'm just even thinking of practically these kind of things are very difficult to maintain. So is it lessons learned or?
Yeah, no, it's a really good line of inquiry, right? So think of this as just a big Kanban, Emily. If you're familiar in Kanban, so it's just a big Kanban. That's how. But on a Kanban, that's what do you do? Jobs to be done. Where things are at.
Started.
What started, and you know how it works. And then your perpetual conversation with your team is, well, definition of done. Move that to the left. Backlog. What's next? So that's all this is. It's a big Kanban. So, if I was down with a product team, I wouldn't be using one of these at all, right? I'm just using a Kanban, right? I've used Kanbans with executive teams and with boards. Do you know what I mean? To make things that simple, right? So I hope that's helping. And all I'm saying, and this doesn't have to be, I mean, this is just what I find useful. But as I said, there's other ways to map it and other ways to approach it. What should be right, so the best way to illustrate it should be right for the altitude that you're flying at, back to those altitudes, right? So
Mm.
product team doesn't need one of these, you know, you need your Kanban or your Scrum or whatever method you're using. A portfolio team, business owners, they'll probably have an operational plan. There might be 10 or 20 things that are on there. A board have a different set of things. So each to their own. But I guess, you know, trying to bring us on a journey here where if we were the transformation leader, right,
Hmm.
we probably need to be able to think at this level of dexterity and complexity, right, in the most sophisticated of cases. And if we kind of work through thinking what that looks like, well, then that equips us to think that way, map to that level of dexterity. But of course, we should only apply the right level of sophistication at the for the appropriate moment in time. E.g., if it's just a Kanban, it's just a Kanban. But it's the same idea.
Yeah.
Does that?
And then, and sorry, I'll make it my final question. But say, for instance, am I supposed to read this like, kind of like a scatter graph, as in if I go down to business benefits in the bottom right and pick services, should I look up and then across
Yeah,
to?
yeah, and be able to do some correlation. Absolutely, absolutely. But you know what? We're going to practice it, Emily. So I think let's kind of let's kind of maybe follow the idea that we kind of said about earlier on. When we're learning these things, the best way to do is try and use them, because when we try and use them, we'll see how well they work or how well they work. Would you be up for that? Would that be okay if we kind of jumped into that?
Sure, sure,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. But a really important principle is that there's no one right answer, Emily. There is the right answer for the circumstance that you're in. This is for kind of complex enterprise level stuff, as opposed to product or process level, if that makes sense. But that's okay. Let's jump in. Did you all get did you all get the um, scenario exercise slides that I shared probably a couple of weeks back in IOB Learn, which should look like these. So hopefully you've got those, or hopefully in this morning you've got a chance to do those. Because what I'd like to do now is kind of just get you even just starting to play around with this, right? So a bit like AI, right? The best way to get to know it and understand it and figure out how you can use it and where you can use it, Emily, back to the kind of point we're talking about, is to actually start using it and seeing to what degree and where it could be beneficial. So have you all got those? Can I check in?
Yeah, they're in the portal at the
They're
moment.
in the portal, yeah. So if you haven't got them, go and get them, because I'm going to get you into small groups now. We're going to kick around. We'll do a little kick around with this for a few minutes. And that'll just kind of get us into the groove and get us into the mode of doing that, right? So, this is just basically scenario planning. And I want you to have that kind of scenario planning mindset in it, right? You can look at scenario plans, but really all I wanted to say around that was you've kind of got to make some assumptions and you've got to do some supposing, right? Afterwards, we after you make some supposing, then you go to execute, and then like a Kanban, or then like an adjustable map, you'll be moving stuff around afterwards. But usually a good place to start is actually saying to yourself, well, actually, what would be the sequence of things? What would be the streams of work that would need to happen, and how would we need to sequence them, and what value would we want to drive? And that's what I'm going to try and get you starting to do with this scenario, right? So what I'm going to do is break you into teams of three, and I'm going to ask you to have a look at this scenario. So it's a mid-tier regional insurer. They distribute general lines as well as life pensions investments, right? So they're 100 years old, and so is the culture. The average age of the staff and the customers are increasing, so that means they're going out of business. Their average product holdings, APH, is 1.1, so they typically just have about one product per customer, so they're not very good at managing customer relationships historically. And churn is running at 15%, so they're losing lots of business. They've received multiple regulatory fines. And their license is in jeopardy. Your license is in jeopardy because I'm asking you to step into the shoes of this organization. And their operational challenges, I mean, just keeping up with the regulatory changes, the challenges that they're having, the da 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 da, is really, it's challenging them, but it's consuming all their change budgets and all their resources. And they don't have the best brand in the marketplace. Farah have made a great comeback, but often they're equated with old and fuddy, if you get what I mean. So the context is, and that I'm going to ask you to step into, is your immediate strategic focus, of course, is to resolve the regulatory situation. You can't risk, having your license taking your way. And of course, that's increasing the pressure in an already pressurized system and change agenda. Your combined ratio, so that's just a ratio for managing profitable efficiency, is passed through 100%. Once you go north of 100%, you're in trouble. You're destroying value. You're basically eating capital. You've got to be below 100% to be creating capital. So that's what CR is for those of you don't. Sorry, it's much more complex definition than that, but think of it in just that way. So you're becoming less profitable, basically. So you're eating reserves. So that's not great for the old shareholder. And your sales teams are underperforming, probably because you're investing all your change effort on just keeping the lights on and meeting the regulatory challenge that you have. So you're the executive team, and the board has challenged you at your recent offsite. And they want you to develop a new youth proposition because they heard in a presentation somewhere that your customer age is going up, and they just can't have that. It looks like you're going out of business. So they've asked you to return to the board on the next offsite with a full proposal for how you'll define, build, and run a new market offer for next gen. But of course, they're not going to give you any more money. You've got to go and find the money in the operations that you have. And they believe that this long term, because of the board is looking at this long term signals, right? So this is back up at that board level, and they believe that's necessary to turn it around. So your challenge is you've been brought in as the consultants. So you are the McKenzie, and you've been brought in by the executive team because they have a week to the next offsite because they've been very busy dealing with all the regulatory stuff. So they've only a week to go to this next board meeting, and they need to create a credible plan for you to create this digital proposition for the youth. But of course, the board know that you're under pressure in your operations, and you've got this regulatory threat, and so on and so forth. So, what we're going to try and just scenario play for a couple of minutes, get you into groups, just kicking this around, right? Is I want you to take this the map, okay, and I want you to start thinking about and each one of these swim lanes, right? So you've got when we've been learning about the first seven. So you can ignore technology, people, and risk if you want, right? But we've at least seven done. We're going to try and do the 10 in assignment two, right? But you can start with the seven that you've already learned. And you can start. So what I want you to do is start thinking about what are the big programs of work that need to be done in order to move this kind of multi-dimensional scenario forward. And it's multi-dimensional because you've got regulatory challenge, you've got continuous improvement that you're going to need to drive an operation, you've got the request now to innovate and create a new proposition. And of course, you'll have all the other scenarios that you can imagine. I want to just make some assumptions. Don't get caught up too much in trying to create the scenario. Get more involved now in trying to think about what are all the big things that we need to do, what are the sequence we might have, and what are the sequence that we might have to do them in. Okay. So can I break this slide for a second? I'm going to see if I can end show. Is that no, that's not showing to you. So I'm going to show you actually how this might go, if that's okay. Everyone okay still with me? All right. Okay, so everyone see that? Let me try and get the form factor right. Is that as big? Yeah, okay. Everyone see that okay? All right. So what this might start looking like, let me take that away for a minute, right? Let me take that away for a minute, and let me take that away for a minute, and so on and so forth. What this might look like is, hint, hint, you might start with saying, right, okay, so the board, first and foremost, want us to go and figure out what this new proposition looks like. So you might say, okay, we'll do some youth research. My team, yeah, absolutely. I knew my typing would be absolutely terrible. So you're going to say we're going to need some youth research. So we definitely need to get that done in the first place, right? And when we do that youth research, we're probably going to introduce a new youth app. I mean, make this up, right? As quickly as this, because it's not about the facts. It's more about just thinking about how the sequence of things works and how you have to concertina and orchestrate things. So we're going to have to do some youth research. So that is the first thing that we should do. And that's going to probably drive us down towards doing a youth app. But of course, if we want to do a new youth app and we want to build that app around using AI and generative technologies that are built on data, we'll need a Gen AI strategy. GY, because this is going to be a pretty autonomous thing. So as well as doing that, we're going to have to do, I'm totally making this up as I'm going along here, right? So bear with me, but this is what I kind of want you to do, kind of make it up as you're going along, just to get a feel for how you start pulling together the sum of the parts, right? If that makes sense so far, they might be the things that you might be doing to kind of get this new digital proposition off the ground, okay? However, we do know that we've got some challenges in our with our license. So what we might have to do is we might have to do some work on so let me say it process improvements, which are necessary for us to keep our license issues at bay. So we may have to do those in parallel in our efficiency stream. And all of a sudden here, you might be also saying, oh my God, how are we going to do this? Well, we're going to have to set up some squads. So we'll have squad one, which is going to be on digital, on youth. Okay. This making sense? Jump in I'm not looking at you folks, so you need to jump into me. Jump in now if you have any questions as I'm going on. And you believe that you're going to have to move at pace. So in order to do the process improvements, you're going to have a second squad that you're going to need to stand up on process. So that's squad two. So forgive me, going to put that over there. And of course, we're going to need to do some innovation. So on the digital, on the youth research. So actually, we're going to have to put most of our internal people on squad two and process. So we're going to have to bring in a digital proposition external team. Because we figured out that we don't have the people to do this because we need to put them on the thing. So we're going to have to bring in a digital proposition team. And what they're going to do, their job is going to be to help both develop the youth app. And their job is also going to be to help us actually do the research to develop the youth app. And now you're starting to see the complexity of things that need to be done in order to move forward a multi-dimensional agenda. So Emily, I don't think you'll need this down at a product team level, but if you can start to think about at an enterprise level, how you need to start thinking about moving multiple kind of streams of strategic work forward in concertina. Is that making sense, folks?
Just and like I was on like a multi-work stream program, and like while I see all of the headings are necessary, like I just think in order to be thorough, would you not just start with lists and then
Oh yeah, so I'm absolutely fine if you do it like that. Of course,
okay.
absolutely, no problem. So I don't care. I like these maps, but that's only I like these maps. You might like this map. Emily, you might like that map. I don't care. So you need to use the map that's right for you to visualize for you and your team. 100%, 100%. So, and I do when I'm saying to people, that's what in the exercise, I mean, I give you one of these as well if you just want to do this one. And all that you end up doing in here is, but I think it's really important, is that you kind of have a good idea. If you're going to do something here and there's a critical dependency with something that's down here, you need to be able to create those critical dependencies. Because ultimately, if this thing moves forward, then this thing probably needs to move forward in parallel. And it's to kind of create those, what needs to be done and what's the synchronization that's required. They're the kind of two things that I'm looking to try and see if we can get our heads to. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Brilliant. Okay, and a great line of inquiry. I love it. It's really cool. So that was just to give you a flavor and a feel for that. So why don't we try and see if we can get you into some rooms and take the scenario and just get into a conversation just like I've got into, because it'll start to get you to feel about how do we contend with trying to be different things at the same time. Does that make sense? Cool. So I'm going to recreate the rooms. How many people have got? We've 12. So I'm going to create 4 rooms, recreate, open all rooms. Right. Okay. So you should be able to jump into your rooms. Just jump in there for about 15 minutes or so. I'll come around and visit you and see how you're going on, and we'll take it as it comes.
Hi, Nader or Stepan?
Brian, I think you're back with us now, and I don't have you assigned to a room if you can hear me. So I am, but I'm going to get everyone back in a minute. So just bear with us there, okay? Hmm. Welcome back, Leanne.
Thank you.
How are you doing? You okay?
Yeah, not yeah, sorry, I muted myself there.
All right. Good. Welcome back, everybody. We'll get everyone back in a second, and we'll do just a one quick share. And we'll do a check-in, and a check-out. We'll get you finished in about 10 minutes formally, and then we can hang on for some Q&A if that's okay. Brilliant. Welcome back, everybody. Jack and Dahlia, you guys were together, and you were group number one. So with no other complex or sophisticated rule other than that, would you mind sharing how you guys get on?
One can share my screen. Let me know. Is that showing the right one?
Oh, yeah, we got you now, Jack. You're very good for sharing. Oh, you're gone
Oh,
again.
sorry.
No,
Hold
it's
on.
okay. No problem at all.
Screen. I have multiple screens, sorry, so it's probably.
No, yeah, no worries. Yeah, we have you
Yeah.
again. Brilliant. Well done.
You see that?
Yeah. Do you want to put it
Okay.
up full screen so we can see it in all its glory?
Yeah. So, okay. So based on the context and the brief, just came up with a couple of nodes that thought broadly made sense, given some of their immediate task and priority. So I think that voice of the customer, um, probably fine as a first node. Actually, I was hesitating on this one because they have the regulatory fines and the losing of the license is probably the more
Yeah.
pressing concern. But regardless,
Yeah.
yes, they will need to understand the voice of the customer for that youth proposition because that's mandated by the board. Um, the sequencing, the actual steps might be slightly different, but some sort of market analysis and customer analysis would need to be done to understand where they currently are positioned and what they might be able to do different based on competitors and so forth. Maybe in parallel to this, they would need, in my view, to do an audit of whatever they're doing, where they're spending money at the moment, and stop doing anything that is not essential and doesn't kind of fit in or help them get towards these immediate goals of being regulatory compliant and maybe pivoting the brand a little bit, coming up with a new product offering. So then you'll need to set up a regulatory compliance program of some kind. define what you need to do. Since you can't, you're not going to get resources from anywhere else, you're going to have to take some people from BAU
Yeah.
and stick them into a dedicated project team.
Yeah.
That might be something like, who are your best people, take a percentage of those, and put them into, and sorry, moving down to the agile thing here. So, put them in a squad, maybe for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
And then since you're going to have to come up with, they want a new product offering. I was thinking you can look at that open aspect. So that network effect, from, open banking, leverage some APIs. If you're able to at least set up a sandbox or a platform from that, you can start to engage with partners, and that might speed up your ability to bring something new to market, if that ends up being what you want to do.
Yep.
That brings us up here, some sort of new innovation, maybe kind of straddling these two innovations and open. At this point, you may have a little bit more fiscal breathing room as well. You'll have saved money by stopping legacy programs, and yeah, you might have been able to reconfigure your finances a little bit, and that gives you maybe some foundation then into, deciding how you're going to pivot your brand a little bit, and engage a younger customer base in a different way, then, continue using analytics and to refine your strategy, your products, see how it's reacting to the market, reduce churn overall, and then once you find what's working, scale on what's working.
Very smart. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's really good. Any thoughts, any reflections around the table? We say big well done, Jack, obviously, and big well done, Dahlia, because I think it was you guys put together. So for me, that's a big well done in a really short period of time. I think that's excellent. But before I maybe give some thoughts, Bob, Laura, and Nader,
Play for
how
getting
do you
so
think?
far in 15 minutes.
What's that?
It says fair play for getting so far in 15 minutes.
Absolutely. I think it's tremendous.
Yeah, in our
Yeah.
group, we spent a lot of time focusing on where our destination to make sure we had that. So we didn't get quite as far as year three as we got through year one. But I think what's interesting is the way you've grouped it, which is very useful. I think we went into quite a lot of detail, but the way you've grouped the brand pivot there is very clever. So a note to myself for being able to pull that more concisely.
That's really nice. Good. Bob, reactions?
Yeah, sorry, I think my head is still in the Arsenal game. It's no perfect. I not surprised. I mean, the way Jack sees these things is always spot on. So, nothing more to add to that.
Yeah. Thank you. 2-1, wasn't it?
Unfortunately, yeah. So
Sorry to remind you. Yeah.
very sore, still
I'm
fresh.
sorry for bringing it up. Yeah. And the English ladies are beating the Irish ladies, at halftime, 21-0 as well. So I've seen that flashing here in the background. I can't see everybody who's with us or who's not with us. Terry, Brian, any reflections?
Not much from me, to be fair. It was really good work, and I think it did give me a better picture of what we were discussing in our group because we did go into detail and we did try like discuss. We discussed so much, but I think what Jack's work basically has just shown me, okay, this is how to bring everything together in a very short way. So
Yeah.
really
Thank you,
good
Terry.
stuff. Thank you.
That's a big bullibus for Dahlia and Jack. Well done. Yeah. And Brian, big one. Sorry, Brian, I forgot your audio's challenged today. Yeah, brilliant stuff. Emily, you guys were having a good discussion. You were really getting into the pattern and the flow of things. Your thoughts?
On what they delivered was really good. Yeah, I'm struggling with with the concept of the kind of rainbow. But what they proposed was really strong.
Yeah. So hopefully you can see, Emily, in the example that Jack has done. But I think what Jack has done because I was listening to your group for quite a bit, like you were talking through a very similar sequence and set of steps that needs to be done, slightly different but quite similar. Um, uh, and what I would say to you is don't get hampered again. I'm really going to say don't get hampered by the team app and the format, right? Just getting it down in terms of steps that needs to be done, a natural sequence where there's cross dependencies and so on and so forth. That's the kind of thinking that we need to be that I want you to try and get into the groove of, because that's and the example is meant to kind of push you through. Right, this team has to do a number of things at the same time. They've got to address some license and audit challenges. They've got to release capacity in their organization. They've got to maybe invest in some cultural change to get people to think differently, to do things differently. They've got to develop a new proposition. And over here, they've also got a profitability challenge. So what are all the things that would need to be done in order to move all those forward at the same time? Because that's always the challenge. And it's focus more on the getting that thinking. How you write it down doesn't matter. You'll need to write it down so we can have a look at it and mark it and all that kind of stuff. But you do that in the way that's comfortable to you. And that's not for Emily, that's for everybody. But I think that idea of just thinking through what needs to be addressed and where are we trying to get to and what are the initiatives we would need to put in place, how would we make sure that there's a cogent correlation across those so that we can move things forward in sequence, with clear dependencies. Because once you kind of set that down to start with, then that gives you your mega Kanban, where as you start getting things done, you can move things off. Done that. What did we learn? What does that mean for the next thing that we're going to do? And then that will allow you to calibrate looking forward by learning by looking back, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, really good. Excellent stuff. So it's 3:30, folks. That's what I wanted to try and cover with you today. Let me try and show up a couple of quick slides and we'll get ourselves kind of round the formal corner. Is that showing up on your screens okay? Yeah. Yeah, all good. Okay, so cool. And that really is where I'm trying to bring us and bridge us into assignment 2, because ultimately in assignment 2, you can read this afterwards. But ultimately in assignment 2, what I'm looking for you to do is in whatever format, right? So I'll give you these 2 templates, but you either use them if you're comfortable with them, or use another one. Again, really, it doesn't matter what format you use. But ultimately, what I'm looking for you to do is when we have completed our 10 building blocks or capabilities, which run from customer right through to open, which we've done. We're going to do technology on Tuesday, people the next Saturday we meet, and then risk. What I'll be asking you to do is take your strategy, right? So it's your strategy for your enterprise, for your business unit, or maybe it could just be for your team, right? Maybe it could just be for you. And then I'm going to ask you to plot forward on some kind of map, right? What are the critical capabilities and programs that need to be in place? What's the correlation between them? What is your starting point of what is your starting point for the program of work that you believe needs to be done in the swim lanes that you pick? So, and again, I'm suggesting that you might have 10 swim lanes. Like loads of the people who come back to me with don't use any of these maps, use different swim lanes. They basically have a customer swim lane, they have a culture one, and they might have a product one, or they might have an operations one. It doesn't matter. These are only starting points, right? So you work what's best for you. Ultimately, all that I'm trying to see is you playing back based on the knowledge and the frameworks and the approaches and the philosophies that we're trying to share with you in the program, your application of those to your circumstance. So again, it's your enterprise strategy, your divisional strategy, it could be your product strategy, it could be your own strategy. And what I'll be looking for is some kind of map and a memo that sits behind it. And the map should correlate back to you evaluating your capabilities and identifying what you need to do in your capabilities to move your strategy forward. And so your map should do that. You use your assignment one that you've done for so far. So you've kind of done your first 7 capability kind of gap analysis. So then you should be plotting on the map what you need to do in order to close those capabilities. They in concertina should help you move and execute your strategy and deliver ultimately your results that your strategy defines. So looking for, and I mean, again, the pass mark is just a map and a memo, right? The map is just, it can be one of these, it can be one of these, whatever type of map. And I've given you other maps in the pack, so I'm just flicking back to them here. So it could be something that looks like that. It can be as complex as you want, or it can, or it can just be a Gantt chart, whatever you want to do, right? So, but ultimately, I'm looking for, some kind of map where it's mentioned in here. Yes. So an executive presentation of your roadmap, probably, at least one slide. But if you're doing 10 capabilities, there's probably a slide for each of those. So that'll be 11. And then usually people have 1 or 2 more slides that they're throwing in, maybe a bit of context, maybe a bit of, a bit of orientation, or setting out objectives or setting out results at the end. Happy for you, you need to define what that is. I need to put a cover note with that, so 1,500 words. You can use the 1,000 that you've already done and just build it through an extra 500. Again, leave that to you. And what I will be asking you to do, and I'll cover it in one of our forward sessions, is kind of links back to one of the questions earlier. Like, the map is more for the engineer of the transformation. The memo is more for what you're going to give the board to, tell them what you're doing and why you're doing it. And then a stakeholder communication plan, again, we'll talk about this in one of our next sessions, is kind of the plan, you kind of the investor slides, or the story or the narrative that you'd share with the organization. One of those should be a stakeholder map. But I'd like you to then start thinking about how you would narrate this to the organization in such a way as to inspire and motivate them, right? So there's going to be 3 things that we're going to look for in assignment 2. So one is some sort of transformation plan written down, like we've been practicing today, which is based on your assessment of the capabilities required to execute your strategy. So if you think about it, your strategy is going to be your end result. Your capabilities are the things you're going to need to improve in order to deliver on your strategy. I want to see that mapped with kind of sequencing and correlation. And then a memo that just explains that, because that's the kind of practice we should have for going to the board. And then I want to see your kind of stakeholder communication plan, which is a stakeholder map, and how you present this to the organization so that they're inspired and motivated to move it forward. So that's ultimately what I'm looking to do. So I'm sharing that with you today for Starter for 10. This won't be the last time we'll talk about this. When we come together on Tuesday, when we come together on the following Saturday, I'll delve into this a little bit more, but I wanted to share that with you for today. And this is just the excerpt of this is excerpted perfectly from the document that we do for the program, the study guide. Yeah, couldn't think of the name of it there for a second. Does that make sense so far? Any questions? Any thoughts? Everyone okay? Or are you in shock? All right. Okay. All right. It's kicking on. It's past half, isn't it? Oh my gosh, yeah, it's gone a little bit further than I had thought and I expected. That's brilliant. Okay. So last sign off from me. I'll see you on Tuesday, and I'll share this again with you on Tuesday. But one of the best reads of the year to give insight into a digital and AI organization is the CEO letter in Amazon. So Andy Jassy is the CEO. Just in the last week or so, he published his letter to shareholders. So instead of doing a glossy report, he just writes almost like a personal letter. It'll take you about 10 minutes, 15 minutes to read. I'd love you to read it because it actually pulls on a lot of the threads that we're talking about, but it actually talks to a fair degree about both technology and culture, as you'd imagine and expect for Amazon, which kind of correlates into what we're going to talk about next Tuesday, just Tuesday evening cover, where we're going to cover technology. And then isn't it 2 Saturdays away that we're going to come back and do our Saturday on culture, and that's going to be a good day. So don't worry about reading it for Tuesday. I'll make sure I get this recording updated on IOB Learn. You have the slides already, but you don't have this because it's only published. So I'll make sure I get this distributed through the IOB up on IOB Learn for you to have a look at as well. If you get a chance, do please read it. It'll start to just bring to life, I think, many of the things that we're doing. And other than that, that's the stuff that I wanted to cover today. But I hope it's what you would expect and want me to cover off today as well. But let me put the slides down because that's just kind of formally done, if that's okay with everybody. But I said I'd hang on and chat to you about stuff that people might want to chat about. If you want to hang on, if you want to kind of dial off, please do. And I hope you have a great Saturday and enjoy whatever sport or recreation or rest or whatever you have planned. And I'm happy to hang on here for a couple of minutes and update on a couple of things or take any questions as we go. I'll pause. One of the yeah,
Thank you.
sorry.
See you next time.
Yeah. You're all jumping in. How you doing? Sorry. Go again.
No, sorry, I was just going to sign off. So
Great, Jack.
thanks, Garvin. I'll see you again.
Brilliant. Yeah, super stuff.
Thanks.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks, Emily.
Bye.
Thank you. That's super.
Thanks, Garvin. That was excellent. Appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Bob.
Garvin, just for CA2, I know you were saying you kind of use your CA1 like for all the different
Yeah.
areas. Like how do we put that on page? Like how do we refer back to our CA1 in CA2, if you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
do we start from scratch, kind of
No.
explaining what happened in CA1?
No, I hope not. I hope not. I think you're just gonna. I hope no. I do. I just. That's certainly not my intention, and because I want you to build forward from it rather than trying to have to do it again to totally, Anne,
Like
right?
it doesn't have to read. Does it have to read like someone who hasn't read your CA1? That's what I mean.
No, not at all. No, if it's the same thing again, that's fine with me. That's okay. Once it's cogent, right? And this kind of links into maybe some of the feedback that I wanted to give everybody on the CA1. Everybody is doing really good job on CA1 and saying, here's the 7 capabilities, here's where we think we are, here's what we think we need to go, right? So everyone's doing that really well. There's 2 pieces that I'm going to be suggesting. Some of you may have done this and some of you may not. So it's not universal feedback, but it's either affirming or guiding, depending on where you might be. There's 2 pieces that I would suggest you have a look at as you jump from CA1 to CA2, which will help to do CA2. So let me explain that. So the first thing that I've in general I will have noticed in CA1 is that most people kind of jump straight into here's what we need to do in customer, here's what we need to do in agile, here's what we need to do in open, etc., which is brilliant, and I want that. But it's in most cases it's kind of missing actually what our strategy is in the first place. So a clear statement of strategy in terms
Okay.
of this is we believe in the next 3 to 5 years we need to have we want to achieve these ambitions, right? So these ambitions might be, we are a fund administration internal organization, and we want to create an exceptional experience for our colleagues, value for our end investors, and we want to reduce costs in doing that by 20%, something like that, right? So it's going to be some strategic goals or ambitions like that, right? For some of you who might be in banking, it might be, we want to, develop, we want to, grow market share in mortgages. There's a couple of people doing the mortgages, for instance. I know from the assignments that I've seen so far. So we want to be, the number one, the leading grower in the mortgage market share by applying AI to improve the application journey by reducing the time to market and increasing the experience. It's going to be 4 or 5 things that typically they're kind of strategic goals, right? So in a lot of cases, the work doesn't start with that. And I think it's really important that you start with that, because a bit like you've just been doing in the exercise, you were all brilliantly when you were jumping into your room to do your mapping, you were saying what needs to be solved. So strategy is you defining what you need to solve, right? What you ultimately need to address. So I want you to kind of just think about in your assignment too, making sure if you haven't done it already, being really clear about the strategy, because the strategy should set the context for, therefore, we believe in when we think about customer centricity, we need to do the following 2 or 3 things. And when we think about efficiency and simplification, we need to do the following 2 or 3 things. And when we think about engagement, that means we're going to do the following 2, 3 things, and analytics and da 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 da. And you're going to kind of work down your list of 10. So therefore, Leanne, hopefully the work you've done on 1 to 7, just once it maps back to your strategy, your work you've done to 1 to 7 stands, right? And then you're just going to do the last 3 kind of platforms, as I sometimes call them, which will be technology, people, and risk, right? So then you'll have filled that out, and then you'll have 10 almost streams of capability improvements that you want to make in order to execute your strategy. So articulate your strategy, articulate what you need to do in the 10 things that we'll have covered, and then it's just to put that on some kind of map which shows you're really clear about what needs to be done, but really importantly, that you can show the dependencies, a bit like we were just practicing in the round that we did there. So that's a long answer, Leanne, I know, but I'm trying to kind of bring a few
No,
things.
that's it. That's exactly what I was trying to picture. Like I was trying to picture how it's going to look and how it will fit together.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And if you think about writing down that North Star, that kind of little quarter moon in the top right of the transformation map. And again, you don't have to use that one, but at the end of the transformation, you want to have achieved those strategic objectives. And then your transformation program shows across multiple streams of capability building or executing using capabilities, how you're going to deliver that strategic ambition. And then so we see the key dependencies or the critical dependencies that run across them, i.e., you're going to have to develop agile squads in order to build, AI experiences for, your target cohort. And that's going to necessitate you building an analytics engine, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You get the idea. So, Leanne, it's kind of what are all the things you need to do in all the capabilities that we've been talking about to execute your strategy, and that's the heart and soul. So hopefully the 7 that you've already done will just kind of plop straight into the middle of that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Great. Cool. Any other thoughts or questions? Sylvia, how are you doing? You good?
Yeah, all good. Thanks.
Good.
Thanks for the session.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't join. I joined the room 4, but there was nobody there, so I came back. Yeah, so that's why
Okay,
I
sorry.
did it on my own.
No. Okay. I only joined 3 because it only looked like there was people in the 3 rooms. So I hopped basically up and down the 3 rooms, annoying everybody. So sorry, Sylvia, if I didn't see you.
No worries.
Okay, good. Okay, Laura, Bob, anything I can help with before we go?
No, that's as clear as you can make it. I'll do what I normally do and look over your video to get it even clearer, because I'm a little slower than the average banana. But thanks, really, really good.
Yeah, not a bit of it. Thank you. Good. Laura, you doing okay?
Yeah, just putting it together. I think I gave myself too many answers in my CA1 that I'm actually got too many things I can do that I'm now thinking about how the hell do I bring that back together for CA2 next. And I'm like, I said I'm going to change everything. Everything is going to be
Yeah. No, I know you
amazing.
did.
So now
It
I'm
was
like,
really good. It was really good. And then what you do is, very simply, you just kind of cluster them into programs. Yeah, that's all you do.
No, more in my head, I'm going like, oh crap, I now need to go and pull it back together. And that's why the way Jack had shown that, I was like, I see how you've joined some dots there and made a bigger dot. So I need to do that. So yeah, I'm
Just
more
that
thinking about that. But that's clear
just that little bit
about
of clustering. Yeah,
that
good.
structure.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank
Okay,
you.
cool. Good. Okay. Brian, thanks for the thumbs up. Good. Stefan and Nader, all good with you guys? Not sure if you're still with us. Okay, we look good. Okay, will we call it a day?
Think so.
Signing
Thanks a
off.
million.
Have a
Thank
wonderful
you.
rest of weekend. We'll see you on Tuesday.
Thanks a million. Bye, guys. Take
Thank
care.
you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay.